Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome in Urbino, on behalf of the Urbino University, on behalf of Professor Francesca Bottacin, who is your host. I'm happy to see all of you here. You all made it through the rain, and for everybody who is following this meeting online, it is due to the heavy rainfall that we have this delay. We programmed this colloquium a long time ago, and we thought we fixed the month of May to have good weather in Italy, because most of us come from the north, but unfortunately rainfall caused this delay. I will not cause any more delay in long introductions for the speakers. You all have in your book of abstracts the biography of all the speakers and also a small abstract. It's so my pleasure now to introduce you to the first speaker of this session, and there has been a small change yesterday. Dominique Denef, my colleague from the Royal Institute of Cultural Heritage in Brussels, has given her speech yesterday, and so now we move on immediately to the presentation by Danny Praat, who is professor at Ghent University, talking about medieval anti-Judaism and the siege of Jerusalem, the painting that we have already discussed yesterday from a different scope, a different perspective. Please, Danny Praat, it's a pleasure to have you here in Urbino. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I would also like to express my gratitude and pleasure, although the weather notwithstanding, of being here in Urbino. And this afternoon I will be talking about a predella. I see there are students here who are not familiar with the situation, so maybe just one or two words. I will be talking about possible links. Bart Fransen asked me a couple of years ago, the Ghent Calvary triptych and the predella, the size does not fit. I just put it up so it could be visible. And he asked me, can you make sense of this? From the point of view of the history of Christianity, are there theological, thematic links that you see between this triptych and the predella? Because it used to be together, and at a given point in the history of these panels, they were separated. One, the triptych is still in the Cathedral of Ghent, the St. Bav's Cathedral. The predella is, since a couple of years, decades even, in the Museum of Fine Arts in Ghent. And the question is, do they belong together? Have they been made together? And are there thematic links you can find between this triptych and the predella? The predella, of course, showing the siege and the destruction of Jerusalem by the Romans under the Emperor Titus in the year 70 AD. Now, when you talk about anti-Judaism in the Middle Ages, you actually have to start with the Gospels, and with this infamous passage in the Gospel of Matthew, which has been taken to mean that there was a collective responsibility, not just of Jewish leaders, but of the Jewish people in general for what happened to Jesus. And when the choice was offered between Barabbas and Jesus, allegedly the people in front of the palace shouted, give us Barabbas and crucify Jesus, and ended with this ominous claim, his blood is on us and on our children. In the same Gospel of Matthew, Jesus allegedly predicted the destruction of Jerusalem and of the temple, and predicted that it was going to be something that the world had never witnessed. Now, the anti-Jewish interpretation of the destruction of Jerusalem and of its temple goes back to the 2nd century. Militon of Sardes wrote an Easter homily around 160, 170, which was the first explicit Christian accusation of the deicide by the Jews. It says in Greek, hotheos pephoneutai, God was murdered by the Jews in Jerusalem. Militon of Sardes starts a tradition which will be very important for the interpretation of the predella, meaning that the destruction of Jerusalem was linked to the Jewish Pesach, and of course also to the Christian Pesach. And it was a sort of a reversal, a sort of an inversion, where the Jewish Pesach commemorates Exodus from Egypt, of course connected to a meal of lamb. The Christian Easter commemorates the starting of the new covenant, and of course commemorates the Eucharist, which will be also an important element, and Easter. And so the Romans, under the emperors Vespasian and Titus, were seen by this Christian author as instruments of divine vengeance. And the destruction of Jerusalem is divine vengeance by God for what happened to Christ. So with the destruction of Jerusalem started also the diaspora. So there's an inversion of Exodus, Pesach, and the 40 years in the desert leading up to the Promised Land, with now the start of the diaspora, the loss for the Jewish people of their homeland, and the start of their diaspora over the known world. Very important source for the siege and the destruction of Jerusalem is the Jewish historian Flavius Josephus. His real name is Joseph ben Matithia. He once was a military commander leading one of the leaders of the revolt against the Romans in the years 60, but he was captured and he switched sides and then adopted the name of the Flavian dynasty of Vespasian and Titus, so hence he was known as Flavius Josephus. Very important source, wrote in Greek the Antiquities of the Jews, but of course also a very extensive description of the Jewish war leading up to the destruction of the temple. Josephus was convinced that the insurgents, the freedom fighters, actually caused the destruction of his country and of Jerusalem. And he continuously calls them brigands. So he switched sides, and his analysis is that what they did was actually something really fanatical and uncalled for. This Flavius Josephus was translated into Latin and was used, quoted in many church histories, so it passed from a Jewish historian into an important source of Christian history. For Josephus, the siege of Jerusalem and the whole Jewish war was the most horrible war ever. And he describes how the Romans at a given point surrounded the city of Jerusalem, making it impossible to escape by surrounding it by a wooden wall, causing an enormous famine. And those who attempted to escape the siege were captured and crucified. He talks about hundreds and even thousands of inhabitants of the city of Jerusalem being crucified. Also gives some gruesome details in the sense that the Roman soldiers were looking for gold coins or jewelry or whatever that people would have swallowed while trying to escape the siege of Jerusalem, and they cut open their bellies looking for this gold and silver. Another detail, very important for the predella, is that Josephus tells us that thousands of inhabitants of the city of Jerusalem were sold into slavery. Okay, so if you now have a closer look at this predella, we will see that the number of the scenes that were described by Josephus and that were repeated in Latin translations and in other collections of late antique and medieval Christian writings, that we can recognize the different scenes that Josephus described in his Jewish war. So let's start with the temple, or his impression, his rather fantasy-like impression of what the temple looked like. And you can all already see that there is a little flame here, which is the start probably of the fire that eventually destroyed the temple. Now, as I said, the Romans, Flavius Josephus actually says there wasn't a single tree around for kilometers around Jerusalem because they needed the wood for their wall, and they also needed the wood for the hundreds of people that they crucified. And you can see here on the predella that it's not only crucifixions, but also hangings. But a couple of dozen of people are being executed here. You can also see this in greater detail. And here you see one of those scenes that prisoners are being cut open, their bellies cut open to see if anything valuable can be found in their stomachs. So quite gruesome details. If you go further into what the predella has to offer, we can also see that the famine is described in such a way that this person here is eating a shoe, and others are being their throats cut, their mouths open to see if there's anything valuable for the soldiers to take. Now, a very important, gruesome, but famous passage in Flavius Josephus, in the Jewish historian, is the story of Mary. And he gives a very detailed description, claiming that he knows whose daughter this person was, the daughter of Eleazar, that she came from a small town across the Jordan River, Beth-Zuba, and that she fled to Jerusalem in the vain hope of being safe behind the walls of Jerusalem. Now, as I said, an enormous famine was described by Flavius Josephus, and he claims that an abomination happened, that this mother, out of hunger, ate her own child. So there was a case of cannibalism, not just cannibalism, but of cannibalism of a mother eating her own child. Why did Josephus describe this as a Jewish historian? Probably because of his analysis that what he called the brigands, the insurgents, did went against the divine will. And it's probably inspired by passages like Lamentations 2:20 that describe what will happen if the Jewish people were ever to turn their back on God. That unspeakable things would happen to Jerusalem and to the Jewish people. So he probably invented this story of the cannibalism of a mother who ate her own child, inspired by passages like, should women eat their offspring, the children they have born, should priest and prophet be killed in the sanctuary of the Lord. And there are other passages like Deuteronomy, Jeremiah, and Ezekiel, which have this same idea that the unspeakable will happen if ever the Jewish people were to become unfaithful to the divine will. Now, this story will be taken up by Christian historians, by Christian writers in the late antiquity and in the Middle Ages, and of course be turned into an anti-Jewish element. Okay. And we have it here towards the right. So this here I will show you now in somewhat greater detail. So we have here an episode painted by whoever painted this predella of a woman being caught by soldiers looking for food, equally struck by the famine, and they go into this house where they had a certain smell, and they witness this mother who actually cut her own child in two and was cooking a part. Allegedly, according to Flavius Josephus, and repeated in many Christian sources, the woman then said, "Have a piece." And this passage will be used by Christian anti-Jewish writers as an abomination of the Eucharist, and as the reversal, the Mary of Jerusalem, the daughter of Eleazar, by Christian interpretation, will be the opposite of the Mother of God, of the Mother Virgin Mary. Mary and Jesus sacrificing themselves willingly for the spiritual salvation of mankind. In the medieval fantasy of Christian writers, this Mary will be someone who ate her own child to save herself, to save her own body, to solve the starvation, and then said a version of what the Christians say during the Eucharist, take, eat, this is my body. She to the soldier said, take, eat, this is a body, have feast on the flesh of my son. And here you can see it in some detail. Of course, the soldiers react in horror, and you can see even one soldier who's probably throwing up, I think, having seen what happened with this man. Now, something very interesting in the triptych is that the triptych shows a lot of mothers. It's very significant. There are about 11, if I counted correctly, of mothers protecting their children, holding small children, feeding them, giving them something to drink. And in the next part of my talk, I will try to explain to you what the theological, typological explanation might be, connecting what we've seen on the predella with what is represented on the triptych. Another part from a Christian writer, Eusebius, a very important church history, quotes Flavius Josephus, saying he estimates at 3 million the number of those who in the days of the feast of the Passover, always the siege of Jerusalem is connected to the date of the Pesach festival in Jerusalem, and they came from all of Judea, all over the world. To use his own words, they were shut up as if in a prison. It was indeed right that on the same day on which they had perpetrated the passion of the Savior and benefactor of all men and the Christ of God, they should be, as it were, shut up in prison and receive the destruction which pursued them from the sentence of God. So 4th century Eusebius, most important church history. And he links it also to a period of 40 years. So for the medieval imagination, Christ was crucified in the year 30, and the siege and destruction happened in the year 70. So there's a period of 40 years between the crucifixion and the destruction of Jerusalem. And the multitude of the Jews begged off from death the robber, so Barabbas, and besought that the author of life should be taken from them. But it would be right to add a possible confirmation of the kindness of beneficent providence. God waited for another 40 years, gave 4 decades time to the Jews to convert to the new covenant, to the new religion, and those who did not were punished by the siege and crucifixion. And there were all sorts of miraculous signs allegedly showing the Jews that something horrible was about to happen in Jerusalem. And so that's on the same day. Oh no, am I going the wrong way? Yeah, sorry. Yeah. This is picked up by Latin authors like Augustine, who said the Jews killed, occiderunt, God, Jesus, and would not believe in him because he must needs die and rise again. They were ravaged still more miserably by the Romans, were utterly uprooted from their kingdom, where they had already been ruled by foreign-born rulers. And they were scattered throughout the lands, for indeed there is no place where they are not found. And for Augustine, this was also part of the divine justice, of the divine vengeance. And they were dispersed all over the world as a continuing sign of divine vengeance and divine. If they dwelt with that testimony of the scriptures in their own land only and not everywhere, then the church, which is everywhere, could not have them at hand among all the Gentiles as witnesses through those prophecies that were given in advance concerning Christ. City of God, book 18. And now these elements, the woman eating her own child, a period of 40 years of divine patience, and then the divine vengeance, the destruction of Jerusalem. This passed from theological writers like Eusebius, like Augustine, into hagiography, the Golden Legend, but also into other writings, into secular history, into epic poems, into mystery plays. In the Netherlands, very important, Jacob van Maarland, an important writer, who added, he had the rhymed Bible, but he added an appendix of several thousands of verses called Die Wrake van Jeruzalem, the vengeance of Jerusalem, in which you have all these gory details repeated against the Jews. And it was even inserted in passion plays like La Passion d'Arras, Utrecht, going all the way up to the 15th century when this predella was most probably created. So people knew it, and it was connected to James, to the Apostle James in the Legenda Aurea, for instance. And another important piece was the reversal. Many Jews were sold into slavery, and this again was a sort of a symbolic act of vengeance. Judas was metonymically taken to mean all of the Jews in the Middle Ages. Judas sold, betrayed Jesus for 30 pieces of silver, and so Titus and the Romans sold 30 Jewish prisoners for 1 piece of silver. Again, this was presented as divine Christian vengeance, and thousands apparently were there. And so on the very right corner of the predella, you have this scene on another hill. And also important, I think, that it's on a hill where you can see that there are a number of people. There's an exchange going on here, an exchange of money, I think, and these people here are being sold as slaves. Now, very intriguing is this part here, which, seen from afar, for me at first time looked as sort of a Gethsemane scene. If you, thanks to the IRPA scans, you can see that it's not. So if you look a little bit closer, you can see that this person here is actually carrying a spear. So it's not the apostles and Jesus sitting there. It are 2 or 3 more soldiers who are over there. Now, putting all this together, we have the 2 side wings of the predella. Previous research has already shown that there is a typological, and Bart Fransen has told us yesterday also, there is a typological link between the 2 scenes on the left and the right and the Calvary in the middle. And these are types, so antitypes, prototypes. The typological interpretation of the Bible means that occurrences, events, people from the Old Testament, from the Jewish Bible, are seen as predictions of events, people, etc. in the New Testament, in the Christian Bible. And on the left, you have the miracle of Moses turning the bitter waters of Mara through a piece of wood, which is then referring to the cross, into drinkable, into sweet water. On the other side, we have the brazen serpent raised on a pole, which in the Gospel of John is typologically interpreted by Jesus himself. He says, the Son of Man will be raised on a pole just as Moses raised the brazen serpent on a pole. Now, I think important for the unity of these panels is that both these typological prefigurations of the crucifixion, of the central panel, are taken from the 40-year period in which the Jewish people were wandering through the desert of Sinai, before they were allowed to enter the Promised Land. I think this is not a coincidence, and there are not so many representations, as Bart told us yesterday, especially of the bitter waters of Mara. So the choice of these 2 typological prefigurations of the crucifixion links these 40 years of Exodus, of the period of the Old Covenant, of the Jewish people allowed to enter into the Promised Land, of the Ark of the Covenant brought to Jerusalem, where the temple will be built by Solomon, and then the second temple by Herod, links it to the events on the predella. And so we have an opposition between Old Testament, Old Covenant, Judaism, Exodus, Jewish Pesach, 40 years in the Sinai, and then the New Covenant, the new religion, which supersedes Judaism as Christianity. And there are also a number of details. So this is just one example of women with small children represented on the thing. But here you have a representation, or a fantasy representation, of the city of Jerusalem. And if you look closely, you have a number of details. I think this is the palace of Pontius Pilate. There's a crowd in front of it, and there's a figure, just a little speck here, but I think this is the Ecce Homo scene. And so referring to Matthew, the passage that we first saw, his blood be upon our head. And then you can also see Jesus carrying his cross from the city of Jerusalem to the front of the painting, where you can see the actual crucifixion. And here we have it once again in another detail. And so that's this part. So in conclusion, can one make sense? Did someone in the Middle Ages or later make sense of the triptych and what is represented on the triptych on both the side panels and the central panel, and what is represented on the predella, the siege and the destruction of Jerusalem, with all these details taken from the tradition of the vengeance of Jerusalem, the divine vengeance? I would say yes. And I think it's perhaps also interesting to note that the predella itself is, in a sense, has a sort of a 3-part structure, in that sense that you have 3 hills. So there's, of course, the Temple Mount, or the representation of the temple. And then you have here a hill on which people are being crucified, which was taken as divine vengeance for the crucifixion of Jesus. And then you have here the other hill where we've seen slaves, captured people being sold as slaves, which is reminiscent of what happened on the Mount of Olives, where Judas betrayed Jesus and Jesus was arrested. So you have in the structure of the predella not only all these details of Mary of Jerusalem eating her own child, an abomination and a reversal of what is happening in the Eucharist, but you also have a structure reminiscent of the three most important hills in the New Testament, Golgotha, Mount of Olives, and the mount with the Temple of Jerusalem, of which, of course, this is the main part. And I think this is how I can conclude my analysis. So I would, yes, lean towards a yes, that perhaps you can't prove, of course, that it was perhaps put together at a later time, but that's not my job, that's the job of the art historians. From the point of view of the history of Christianity, it's not a pretty history, but it is an important and gruesome part of the history of Christianity, and this predella with the destruction of Jerusalem fits in, hélas, fits in well with this anti-Jewish tradition that was really important in the 15th century. Thank you very much.
She was stuck because of the rain. So, but we have this great pleasure and honor to have here with us today the Emerita Curator of the Metropolitan Museum of New York, and Marian Ainsworth, who chaired this session.
Thank you.
The floor is yours. Maybe you have to, yes.
Yeah. Excuse my late arrival due to the thunderstorms without an umbrella. I'm a little soaked, but I'm here. It's my great pleasure. Thank you first, Danny, so much for your talk, most of which I heard, and we're very grateful for that contribution. And it's my great pleasure now to introduce to you Tom Kren, who was the founding curator of the manuscripts department at the J. Paul Getty Museum, and served as the senior curator there until 2012, after which he became the deputy director at the Getty Museum. Of course, he's well known to you for his wonderful exhibition with Scott McKendrick of illuminating the Renaissance, and also more recently, the Renaissance Nude. Tom will speak to us today about his view of the Ghent Calvary altarpiece and manuscript illumination at the Burgundian court. Tom.
Oh, there we go. Okay, good. Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here. Again, I want to thank Bart and Francesca for having me, and Bart and Dominique for inviting my participation in the Ghent Calvary Triptych project, which has been an absolutely fantastic experience. I just want to mention, as part of this process, the Zooms that we conducted over a period of several years, in which we were able to give much more extended papers and also have a discussion at much greater length, where the exchange of ideas was truly extraordinary, and whereas there was often disagreement, I certainly learned a great deal and have found it hugely valuable. I also just want to mention briefly, because it folds into my talk, the research that Françoise Rosier and Livia Dupuy have done on the predella in particular, including the infrared imagery, and my conversations with them have been very helpful and very, very fruitful. And finally, I want to thank St. Christopher and St. Leva, Christopher de Hamel and Leva de Kazel, my distinguished colleagues who are here, who lent me an umbrella so I could arrive actually relatively dry. And that, I should say, at some personal sacrifice at their end. So I'm grateful to Professor Prate for demonstrating to us the theological underpinnings of the programmatic relationship between the triptych and the predella within the Ghent Calvary altarpiece. Yet while the triptych and predella embody themes of murder and revenge, they also contrast vividly in scale, narrative detail, and figural styles. And you may feel, as a colleague said to me earlier today, they just don't look like they go together. The crucifixion has a stately ritual dignity befitting a very large altarpiece. Note, for example, the symmetrical composition, the towering crosses, the figure's grand scale, and the reverential postures of the sorrowful onlookers. Its wings complement the central narrative typologically and stylistically to form a visual whole. Below it, Titus ordering the destruction of Jerusalem offers a radically different format, long, narrow proportions, and a darker tonality overall. The more somber palette suits the terrifying, action-driven narrative of God's revenge over the crucifixion of Christ. Is that the wrong one? I'm sorry. Brutal incidents fill both foreground and background of the predella. The Roman army is ravaging Jerusalem and brutalizing its Jewish inhabitants. The triptychs, wait a minute, here we go. The triptych's palette is blonder and fairer, as Stefan Kemperdick has noted, especially in comparison to the predella, where Jerusalem's destruction seems to unfold at dawn in a half-light, and I think that probably was inspired actually by Josephus' text. And while both triptych and predella feature fanciful historical costumes, the predellas are more fully grounded in Burgundian military garb around 1470. In fact, no observer over the last 2 centuries has considered the triptych as painted by the same artist as the predella. Indeed, while the illuminator shows mastery of the oil medium, his technique, especially in the freer handling of the medium, is different from the triptych. It shows thinner paint layers and an underlayer in gray-brown, what Françoise Rosier has called a kind of wash. It occasionally shows through, as seen in flesh tones that are more transparent than in the triptych. And you see that in the detail in the center. Acknowledging these striking contrasts, this morning I will introduce evidence that a close, even complementary working relationship likely existed between Joos van Wassenhove, whom I consider to be likely the triptych's painter, and the Ghent illuminator called the Vienna Master of Mary of Burgundy, who Bodo Brinkmann rightly identified as the painter of the predella about 30 years ago. Now, by this, I refer to the illuminator's working relationship to the painter while the triptych was actually being painted. I will also pose the arguably counterintuitive question whether the illuminator might have contributed to shaping the visual character of the triptych portion of the Calvary altarpiece. And my argument has 2 parts. To begin, 2 of the Vienna Master's finest miniatures, the Crucifixion and Christ nailed to the cross in the Vienna Hours, are visually among the closest surviving paintings to the Ghent Calvary triptych. They capture not only its atmospheric subtleties, but also its emotional power. In the Crucifixion miniature, which is only 1/10 the height of the altarpiece crucifixion panel, the illuminator achieves a comparable monumentality through his own means. The multitudes on Golgotha that lead the eye over the hill and down towards Jerusalem, and the exceptionally nuanced uses of atmospheric perspective, including the ethereal play of light within the sky that opens up the space even further. The Vienna Master was a brilliant innovator. And in fact, you can see quite interestingly the way that in the painting, there's a similar striving for atmospheric effects, which are wholly successful, but they achieve these by different means. We can also see this in the Vienna masters' depictions of the human figure, which are uncharacteristic of 15th century Netherlandish painting as a whole. The nuances in the artist's approach reside in the finely calibrated poses, in the fluidity of figures in complex movements, in precise gestures, and in the deft grasp of the distribution and redistribution of weight as bodies move through space. One example here shows skillfully foreshortened kneeling figures from the back. In the predella at your left, the man at the left end of the war machine, and in Christ nailed to the cross, at your right, one of the executioners. In both scenes, the figure is anchored with one knee on the ground, the opposite leg bent with its foot firmly on the ground. The two figures extend a right arm open, in the predella to direct the action, and in the miniature to swing a hammer. The upright posture of the man kneeling by the war machine conveys his authority, while in the illumination, the man's upper torso leans in to enhance the force of the hammer strike. Specific postures and gestures narrate the content of the story with precision. Indeed, Vienna Master's depiction of St. John the Evangelist supporting the body of the swooning Virgin Mary offers a closely observed, well-integrated pair of figures. Even more than the splendid figural groupings with the swooning Virgin in the Calvary triptych. In the miniature, John fully supports the weight of the Virgin, while in the triptych, the impassive Mary at the left reaches a stiff arm forward to forestall the Virgin's total collapse. The contrast is even more striking in comparison to the Ghent painter Hugo van der Goes, an exact contemporary of our Ghent-based painter-illuminator. In Hugo's rendition, the Virgin seems to float out of John's grasp. In an unprecedented manner, the Vienna master shows the physical impact that one bodily mass can have on another. Indeed, even more so than in comparison with the Calvary triptych, the Vienna master consistently shows greater sophistication in rendering the human figure than more celebrated Southern Netherlandish painters. At the right end of the war machine, the foreshortened technician, with his right knee resting firmly on the ground and his lower right leg anchoring him, twists his torso to the left while reaching his left arm overhead to grasp the machine. Meanwhile, his raised hip extends the left leg to provide further support and maintain balance. The pose is complex, but also convincing, a tour de force of figural representation, especially for this moment in the history of art. It reconceives, this pose reconceives and makes palpable Bout's recumbent soldier in the Granada Resurrection. Bout's is pertinent here because his crucifixion altarpiece was so influential on the Ghent Calvary triptych. The lower body of Bout's figures reflect one idea and the upper body another. In contrast, the Vienna master represents the body organically. Limbs and head are integrated with the torso. Comparing the prone figures in Bout's Pasadena Resurrection and in the Ghent predella, Bout's figure is stiff and two-dimensional. The figure's body rests without inflection over an irregular surface, the tomb's plinth and the ground beneath it. In contrast, the body of the prone soldier in the predella is supple. The artist highlights the curve created by his lower back, raised buttocks, and bent knees. As if knocked to the ground, this man's body folds inward to absorb the shock. Reflecting the artist's grasp of physiology, the soldier's body operates reflexively and organically. The Vienna master's figures are even more closely observed even than Van Eyck's. For example, a soldier viewed from behind to the right of Titus stands in a graceful contrapposto, the artist showing us how body weight shifts within different postures. In both details, the inclination of the bodies towards one another link the figures. Yet in Van Eyck's grouping, one of the men viewing the crucifixion leans on the other, while the second, a bit incongruously, strides forward. Van Eyck has studied the poses separately without logically integrating them. Even more readily than with Joost's triptych, the figure style of the Vienna master of Mary of Burgundy in the predella and the Vienna hours contrasts with that of Hugo, Bouts, or Van Eyck. The level of nuance in the Vienna master's capture of violent motion is groundbreaking. This slide shows figures whose torsos twist at the waist while performing a variety of tasks. We've discussed the first two already. In the third, a soldier shields his head from projectiles as he storms the ramparts of Jerusalem. Even as he appears to be in profile, his defensive action turns the torso slightly away. Outside the ramparts, this horrific stabbing is made real by the particular manner in which the killer inclines his upper body down and to the right, thrusting his knife into a victim's heart as he steps forward. And as Danny has pointed out, in fact, this is to cut his stomach open. This figure's torso's weight adds brutal force to the deed. This precision in depicting the body finds no equal in Netherlandish painting or sculpture of this moment. And here I just summarize some of the innovations of this figure, which really do set him apart from every other Netherlandish painter in the 15th century, which include this kind of quality of sculptural groundedness, the anatomical coherence. This artist shows a kind of what I would call a systematic study of the body that there's nothing quite comparable among any of the other well-known painters. The bodies in motion that recalibrate mass as they move, nuanced, often graceful movement, and a skilled foreshortening. In fact, nearly a century ago, Huland de Loo was already struck by the triptych's artistic connection with the Vienna master's large miniatures in the hours of Mary of Burgundy. He cited two relatively inconspicuous but revealing details. One is the oval turbans, where the overlapping folds are lovingly detailed in these examples. While not exclusive to these artists, the Vienna master used those turbans often. The second common feature is the robe with a lining and a complementary hue to the garment itself, evident on the women holding an infant in both works. In the triptych, the turban woman wears a yellow mantle with a contrasting rose lining that is turned back as a collar. In the manuscript, the corresponding woman wears a peach-colored mantle with a green lining turned back over the shoulders, also in the manner of a broad collar. Further, the child's face is visible over each woman's shoulder. Thus, Huland viewed this novel approach to color as a transformative feature of the two artists' work. Their palettes display a broader and softer range of hues than the saturated reds, blues, and golds that dominate 15th century Netherlandish painting. Antoine de Schrever also saw distinctive color choices as linking the Calvary triptych and the Vienna Hours miniatures. He identified lilac, mauve, violet, pink, and peach as some of the unusual colors shared by the painter and the illuminator. Inventively combined, new color harmonies resulted, such as in the top center, the mauve sleeve emerging from the fur-trimmed violet mantle on the man in the Vienna Christ nailed to the cross, or at the left on the woman in a violet robe holding a child on Golgotha. She stands behind a figure wearing a dusty rose-colored robe, and you see only a little section of that, and next to a woman in a blue robe. The combination of yellow with rose noted earlier in the Calvary triptych, which is at the bottom center, recurs in a miniature of Christ nailed to the cross from the Vienna Hours that you see at your right. Here, Stefan Kemperdick's astute observation that the triptych's colors feel extremely light, almost like watercolor, is pertinent. They soften the overall tonality of the triptych in the manner of manuscript illumination, and you recall that Stefan implied as much yesterday. And indeed, At the time of the Ghent Calvary triptych's creation, the most refined use of water-soluble medium in Netherlandish art was in manuscript illumination, which many painters in oil also practiced. It happens that in Ghent, panel painters were closely linked to the art of illumination. Lieven van Latham, a painter who belonged initially to the Ghent Painters Guild, was the primary illuminator of the Hours of Mary of Burgundy in Vienna, the Prayer Book of Charles the Bold, and the Trivulzio Hours. He was likely responsible for enlisting the Vienna masters as a collaborator on all three of these manuscripts. The light and blonde palette of the Ghent crucifixion, for example, is more characteristic of illuminators such as the Vienna master, van Latham, and Simon Marmion than it is of someone like Boutz, whose art otherwise exercised such a strong influence on the triptych. The palette shared between the triptych and the Vienna Hours is also distinct from that of Hugo, who himself in the same years introduced more nuanced tonalities to Netherlandish painting, again, as Stefan showed so beautifully yesterday. Pertinent to Joos's and the Vienna master's explorations of expressive color combinations around 1470 is Kemperdick's identification of the precocious use of couleur changeante in the crucifixion panel, which again you see the detail at the left. At that moment, couleur changeante was a relative novelty in Netherlandish painting. Kemperdick included this as grounds for dating the Calvary triptych later than usual. However, closely comparable instances of couleur changeante existed in illuminations by the Vienna master by the early 1470s. For example, the combination of a violet mantle with radiant yellow highlights on a female figure in the middle distance in the crucifixion, again at your left, is reversed in the Sibyl's yellow dress with violet shadows in the borders of the Vienna Hours, there the detail in the center. Note also in the Road to Calvary miniature on your right, the yellow highlights on a mauve-colored mantle worn by the soldier leading Christ. In other words, both Joos and the Vienna master's choices of colors were not only advanced for their time, so were the ways the two artists combined them. But more than just in the choice of color, de Schrever detected a network of shared ideas between the triptych and these illuminations, encompassing compositional devices, spatial and atmospheric conventions, figure types, and costume. De Schrever believed that the illuminator had thoroughly assimilated the conventions of the painter. Yet his thoughtful comparison might also lead to a different conclusion. Joos's adaptation of tonalities more common to manuscript illumination, the Vienna master's greater sophistication of the handling of the human form that we've seen, and the comparably sophisticated treatment of coloristic effects in both media under comparison suggest a more complex pattern of exchange. As other scholars have proposed, the dates of the creation of the triptych and the miniatures, the large miniatures in the Vienna Hours are likely very close. Perhaps we should allow for the possibility that the painter and illuminator worked simultaneously on these projects, either just down the street from one another or side by side in the same workshop. Some evidence, further evidence for this notion of Joos and the Vienna master's awareness of each other's work in progress can be deduced in the artist's representations of the Old Testament subject of the brazen serpent. As you will see in a minute, they appear respectively on the right wing of the triptych and in the fictive frame of Christ nailed to the cross in Vienna. Both of these examples are iconographically eccentric in ways that link them directly. To understand this, let's look first at the conventional centuries-old iconographic formulas. In the biblical narrative, widely illustrated throughout the Middle Ages, God orders Moses to install a brass serpent to save the lives of those Israelites bitten by the serpents that God had previously sent as a punishment. This is from Numbers 21. In the 14th century example on your left, the serpent is shown as a quadruped in profile standing atop a column like a statue. Then the illuminator Lieven van Latham shows the second widely practiced formulation. In the upper right corner of this crucifixion miniature from around 1470, the serpent is a snake winding around a Y-shaped support. Here the brazen serpent is antitype for the crucifixion itself. Both Jos and the Vienna master experiment with these iconographic conventions in comparably awkward ways. The shared iconographic details are the serpent as a quadruped with a long snout and the Y-shaped stand in place of the column, as you see here in the center and on the left. But the quadruped on your right looks odd, draped over the pronged support. So what happened here? Oh, there we go. The Van Latham crucifixion shows us that the Vienna master was familiar with conventional iconography for the brazen serpent. Almost certainly he knew both formulas. The Vienna master himself contributed a deposition to a Passion cycle of 9 miniatures that include Van Latham's version that we have been looking at. Moreover, Françoise Rosier and Livia Dupuy have pointed out that the curious quadrupeds slung over the fork of the support with a long tapering nose in the Vienna illumination actually accords with the underdrawing of the serpent in the Ghent triptych. In short, the same eccentric version of the iconography was originally at least intended for both the triptych and the Christ nailed miniature. In the final version of the Ghent triptych, however, Jos changed the quadruped's draped position over the Y-shaped support back to its traditional posture and placement, standing in profile. But he kept the pronged support, which frankly still looks a bit odd. So why the switch? Perhaps the painter became dissatisfied with the new iconographic variant, or having received criticism for it, he partially restored the traditional iconography. He returned the quadruped serpent to a profile position, but without restoring the column, which would have made more sense visually. Thus, Jos revised the triptych's brazen serpent to be closer to, although still not completely identical with, standard iconography. So, how to interpret this evidence? Did Jos adopt the eccentric, draped quadruped serpent motif from the Christ nailed to the cross miniature, or from a drawing in the Illuminator studio? Or did the Illuminator adopt it from an original idea by the painter, perhaps because he was present while the triptych was being painted? I don't know, to be fair, but acknowledging the extraordinarily innovative character of the Vienna master's art as well as his intellect, you might wonder whether the Illuminator took the lead here, freshening up a traditional iconography. Oh. Not sure. Sorry about that.
That's correct.
Yeah, I think I'll get there. Sorry. In these same years, manuscript illuminators in and near Ghent were demonstrably innovators in other ways. Consider how both Jos in the Crucifixion and the Vienna master in the Road to Calvary set the view of Jerusalem deeply within the landscape, as you see here, especially on the left. Already 100 years ago, Friedrich Winkler noted that the remarkable continuity of spatial recession in the triptych's Crucifixion set Jos apart from Campin, Van Eyck, and Boutz. Yet again, at just this moment, the same type of continuity in spatial recession was already common in manuscript illumination. The Vienna master's frequent collaborator, Van Latham, who had originally belonged to the Ghent Guild, had made a specialty of landscape settings with elaborately constructed spatial recessions. In a Van Latham miniature dated 1469, a passageway between a cliff and sloping hillside connects the middle ground to a deep vista, and that's what you see at your lower right. These tall bracketing elements anticipate the design of the Calvary crucifixion. We see this too in the Vienna Masters miniatures, where the atmospheric quality is even more pronounced than in the triptych. The series of artistic commonalities outlined here between the Ghent Calvary triptych and the large miniatures by the Vienna Master and the Vienna Hours of Mary of Burgundy are remarkable for their specificity. They encompass not only unusual hues, but also rare color combinations, distinguishing iconographic variants, the construction of spatial recession, plus compositional elements and paint techniques that time does not allow me to illustrate today. Indeed, some evidence points directly to the influence of the illuminator upon the painter, the relatively blonde palette in the triptych, the sophisticated spatial construction and continuity of landscape recession, the experiments with iconography, and even the illuminator's figure types. The latter show an anatomical integrity and subtlety of movement and gesture that is only fleetingly glimpsed in the work of such renowned masters as Bouts, Van Eyck, and van der Weyden. Indeed, I suspect that closer study may reveal that Joos also learned from the Vienna master a few things about the representation of the human figure. The common wisdom today is that the painters in oil on panel were consistently the innovators and illuminators the followers. But the situation was more complicated in these years as the Burgundian court's extravagant patronage of illuminated books attracted some of the best artists of the day. These court illuminators, such as Van Latham, Marmion, and the Vienna Mastral, also worked in oil on panel. In fact, at another Valois court during the same decades, such innovative French royal artists as Jean Fouquet and Jean Baudichon were also prolific illuminators, while in demand as painters too. This pattern is a feature of 15th century Valois artistic culture. It is therefore, in my mind, not a particularly radical proposal to suggest that the Ghent Calvary triptych and the eponymous miniatures by the Vienna master were executed simultaneously, and that the illuminator's ideas contributed to some of Joos's choices. Did the painter's interactions with the extraordinary illuminator lead to the Vienna master's engagement to paint the triptych's predella as his next project? Its radically different conception for the miniatures in the Vienna Hours as a dawn scene further demonstrates his versatility and his innovative character. An artist so steeped in a tradition of court manuscript illumination would likely also be the best prepared to conceive a painting of the narrative richness and historical complexity of Titus ordering the destruction of Jerusalem. Finally, I want to second Bart's observation yesterday that the Ghent predella, while long overlooked and in significant ways unconventional, is in fact one of the masterpieces of 15th century Netherlandish painting. Thank you very much.
Now I would like to invite Livia Depart and Françoise Rossier to come and talk about the technique of the predella for the Calvary triptych. Livia is paintings conservator, a restorer at Kik Irpa, and she's been there since 1991, head of the Institute Painting Restoration Studio since 1998, and appointed to the scientific staff in 2010. Françoise graduated in 1995 from the École Nationale Supérieure des Arts Visuels de la Cambre, and she is also a lecturer at the School of La Cambre and the ULB, where she teaches theory and history of conservation restoration. I'm looking forward to your technical discussions. Thank you.
Can I interrupt just a second, because we have our rector
Okay.
welcome before Livia and Françoise start to speak. No, stay. just, sorry, Professor Giorgio Carcagnini, our rector. Thank you for coming.
Okay, thank you, Francesca, for the invitation, and welcome in Urbino to everyone. I'm sorry for the weather. I was in the car while the storm was on, and we had to stop in some gas station to avoid the hail. But so the weather is not the same every day. So I hope tomorrow it will be much better than today. And of course, this is not my field. No, and I'm an economist, so but what I wanted to say that I'm very fond of this kind of the painting of the artist, because I was born in Urbino, so when I was a kid I used to go to the Ducal Palace every Sunday morning almost. At that time the museum was free, and so with other kids we used to walk around, so we got used to beauty, to architecture, and I always remember the painting by Gand, Giusto, yes. And for me was something very strange compared to other paintings, but I had the time to talk to Francesca when she started her project some years ago, so I had the opportunity to learn a little bit more, and even when I take my friends from other universities to visit the Ducal Palace, and especially when we have some guide, a tourist guide, we always stop in front of the painting, and we always have a very long explanation of the meaning of the painting itself. So, again, thank you, Francesca, for organizing the conference. Again, welcome everyone in Urbino, and I hope you enjoy the conference and our university. Thank you for being here.
Trying to explain us this. It's this one, okay. So they didn't want that we talk. So good afternoon to everybody. I will begin. Thank you for the invitation. No, I think it's this one. No, it's this one. Thank you for the invitation. So. In fact, in 2020, the Calvary Triptych came to IRPA for a conservation treatment. And thanks to the support of our colleague, we were able to carry out an in-depth study. What will be presented here is based on the observation of the painting, the study of the scientific imagery and the re-examination of old cross-sections. The technical and material study of the Calvary triptych provide us with information that will be most useful in future debates on the attribution of artworks created in the circle of Justus van Gand. An initial study of the Calvary triptych was published by the Royal Institute for Cultural Heritage in the year 50. At the time, the triptych underwent a major structural restoration by restorer Albert Philippot. Yesterday, Bart talked about this. Our presentation will focus on the interior of the artwork. No. And we'll be looking at the different pictorial layers and the difference in style of execution linked to studio practice. At the end of the talk, we will briefly describe the predella that is traditionally associated with the triptych. So, have a look to the triptych. He is painted on oak. It is one of the surviving monumental religious ensembles from the 15th century in the southern Netherlands. The current appearance of the triptych is quite different from its original appearance. The frames that determine the overall looks of the triptych have been lost, and the panels have been cut at the top, as you can see in the diagram. The central part was fit with an upright frame held in place with pegs that you can see on the radiography, giving undoubtedly a more Gothic appearance. I don't know if you see here. Yes, it works. This. So due to the restricted type, the backside of the wings will not be with the painted sculpture of Saint Laurent and Saint Louis, respectively, on a red and green background, will not be elaborated on here due to the present condition. We just want to notice that we observe a black coating on the top of a white preparation found on the anterior surface of the wings. This means that the scene of the rivers are old, but clearly of a later date, that in the inner part of the triptych. The panels were prepared within the frame. The painted surface on the central panel has a three-lobed format at the top, as you can see here. This framing places Christ in a more prominent position in relation with the two thieves. Then the composition was put in place. The underlying drawing, visible in infrared reflectography, is abundant and well worked out. The shapes are clearly outlined, and the modulation of light and shadows are further indicated by etching. We mainly observe evidence of a liquid drawing. Only a few lines of dry drawing and engraved drawing were found in the landscape. The use of washes can also be seen, sometimes a combination of etching and washings. Many compositional changes were observed on the central panel and the right-hand wing. The man in the foreground, in agony because he is bitten by a snake, was first drawn barefoot, with both of his hands visible. In the painted version, the man is wearing shoes, and only his right hand has been painted. To his left, we see the drawing of a body resting his back against a rock, an element that was not painted. A number of changes have been made to the central panel. We think that these changes have been done to highlight the man in the red brocade coat. Several figures towards the Christ were changed during the painting process. Here, Mary Magdalena, who turns her gaze away from Christ. Also, these two figures on the right side of the cross, pointing towards Christ, were not painted at the end. Here. And finally, on the right, a knight turned his gaze from the cross towards the thief. These changes also explain the important modification in the evil thief compared to the first version of the drawing stage, which was already very accomplished. You can see also that the thief was initially blindfolded. The only figure whose gaze seems to have been deliberately directed towards the Christ is the man with the red brocade. It seems that this character was further highlighted when the underdrawing was in its final stage. After the drawing, a thin layer of imprimatura containing a slightly colored lead white tempers the drawing. The composition as established by the drawing reflects a mastery in the rendering of space. The figure group no longer appear as compact masses, but are distributed in a natural way across the landscape. The space within the scene is tangible, as can be seen in the horseman surrounding the man with the red brocade. As Stephen said yesterday, the composition is dominated by color. The red, pink, white, and blue tones of the clothes alternated with the color of the landscape, resulting in a very efficient balance. From close up, the range of color proves even wider. The representation of the lapels of garments or the inside of headdress provides an opportunity to vary the color even further. The figure wearing green clothes stand out from the landscape with the use of dark green patterns and glaze. The clothes are extremely sophisticated, brocade embroidered with gold and silk trees, crumpled silk fabrics containing colored highlights. Sorry, my paper are wet. Here, in this red lacquer-based dress, the cross-hatching of the underdrawing appears and contribute to the rendering of shape. The embroidered motifs were then painted on top of this base tone. The brocade motifs were not drawn. Here they are painting using red lacquer on an ochre base tone. The green painted motifs are finished out with a green glaze. As well as serving as a formal reference point, the red line helps to give volume to the green motif. To further vary the color and light, some fabrics were rendered in changeant. Garments with less decoration are therefore no less refined, like this dress in shade of blue and violet combined with green. In the shadow of the drapery, the use of dark, intense glazes is limited. Colors take precedence over the plasticity of form. Despite the very coherent aesthetic unity of the triptych, difference in execution can be noted in both the drawing and painting stage. So let us try to identify this difference and get a better idea of the characteristic of the two painters who collaborated on this project. And I will give the word to Françoise.
Thank you, Olivia. As you can see here, Moses appears on both side panels. While the identity of the character is iconographically clear, the execution of this character differs. The diffuse hair, next one, yes. The diffuse hair and beard of the Moses on the left-hand panel differ in every way from the chiseled curls of the Moses on the right-hand panel. Their faces are also different. An angular, contracted face is seen on the left hand and a fuller face on the right. These observations can be extended to the other figures in the two wings, for example, in the children, who are numerous in both scenes. We should also draw attention to the specific execution of the etchings, indicating the shadows. For example, on the children's cheek, which is more fluid and less pronounced on the left, and more pronounced and crisscrossed on the right-hand wing. This particularity can also be seen in the shadows of the drapery in the two representations of Moses. The seated form of figures seems to be a characteristic that equally separates the two artists. Where the Moses on the left seems to touch the ground only with the tip of his foot, the Moses on the right is more firmly grounded. Both artists contributed to the design of the central panel. The features described for the right-hand panel are repeated on the right-hand side of the central panel, with a more pronounced and regular design, more detailed hair and fleshier faces. We recognize the artists of the left wing in the left part of the central panel, even if the participation of the two artists is more intertwined within the left-hand side of the central panel. The differences in execution noted in the drawing are also visible at the pictorial stage. The highlights in the faces and the hair are rendered by using fine graphic strokes on the left and larger, more painterly strokes on the right. I don't know if, can I show? Yes, there is arrows. Okay, the two artists differ in the way in which they apply the luminous highlights and the density of skin tones. The macro XRF details of the LED elements in these two faces clearly show this. These observations are also valid for other characters, such as Eleazar, who also appears twice on the wings. On the left, we see this very localized luminous accent in the LED mapping of the macro XRF, and skin tones containing more lead white on the right. The execution of the draperies is also very particular to each artist. Here, we see the draperies of the two Moses figures. On the left, a garment with a highly complex network of pleats displaying a more graphic style, and on the right, a simpler network of folds and a more pictorial execution. Also problem with the paper. From close-up, we can see that the artist on the left inserts a bright line along the border of the folds, a practice inspired by the Aiken rendering, which is not found in the right-hand part of the triptych. We should also note the application of dotted glazes, a practice also used by other Flemish artists of the time. The execution of the brocades is not uniform. On the left, the gold threads are fine yellow highlights with no impasto. On the right, the threads alternate between yellow and orange with pronounced relief. This difference is clearly visible under a stereo microscope. When these differences in execution are placed within the general context of the triptych, we can see that the brocades with impasto are located on the right-hand side and brocades without impasto on the left-hand side. The landscapes on the wings show also differences in execution. The landscape on the left is composed of systematically painted trees, while the landscape on the right reflects a greater diversity. If we consider the execution of the foliage, we notice that on the left, the Latin yellow highlights are systematically applied with a linear gesture. On the right, on the other hand, the highlights are formed using dots. The central panel shows these two ways of painting foliage. The continuity in the rendering of the trees between the central panel and the wings is ensured by a similar execution on either side of the central focal point. Here, the comparative details of the vegetation are situated within the overall composition, once again showing the division of the painted surface between the two artists. And what now about the predella? The predella has lost its original frame. Despite a number of modifications to the support due to the application of a cradle, its current format appears to be close to the original. The underdrawing is vivid and uniform. It differs from the triptych's drawing in its sketchy manner. In the infrared, we can observe numerous changes. The soldiers are shown in groups. Their dark base tone lends overall harmony to the scene. Black contours and white highlights underline the armors and spears, which shine with a metallic luster. Color is present, but the dark undertone has an overall impact. Here, we see the artist exploiting color values and contrast, an aesthetic project that is the opposite of the triptych, where black and dark colors are almost absent. We end this presentation with an overview of the triptych and the predella using a montage of digital images. This vision does, however, not convey the reality of how the work must have been perceived in its original context. To get a glimpse of this general perception of the work in its current context, a simulation was carried out in the crypts in Bavo. The predella is suggested by a one-to-one scale photographic reproduction, and from a visual point of view, it seems that this dark predella enhances the bright, luminous colors of the Calvary triptych. This global view leads us to conclude on the results of the technical study. The Calvary triptych stands out for its very convincing rendering of space. The triptych is bright and the desire to vary the colors is obvious. The colors are applied in a variety of underlying layers, glazes, and final touches. The comparative study of the figures, draperies, landscapes show that the triptych was probably executed by two collaborators who have drawn and painted their own work area. We tried to show the characteristic of each hand and to pinpoint their respective work zones within the triptych. Several elements, such as the regularity in the underdrawing, the extension of work zones, the situation of changes, and the plastic and formal challenges, led us to believe that the artist on the right was responsible for the project. Even if we are talking about a collaborative artistic project, the final result is visually very coherent. Finally, the predella shows a completely different style of execution from the triptych. This does, however, not rule out a possible link between these two works, a link whose nature is primarily based on opposition. Thank you for your attention.
For our last talk in this session this afternoon, we will hear about the pigment identification and also the dendrochronology of the Calvary triptych and the predella. I'd like to invite then Steven Sauerweins and also Christoph Maggi to come down. Steven has his PhD in science chemistry from Ghent University, and he serves as the head of the painting lab at the Royal Institute for Cultural Heritage, Kik-Irpa. Steven? And actually, let me just introduce also Christoph Maggi so we can quickly move on as soon as you finish. He has his PhD in history, art and archaeology, and he is specialized in dendrochronology, study of medieval church frameworks in Belgium, and he is now part of the Dendro lab at Kik-Irpa since 2015, working there with Pascal Freture.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. There's a slight change in the title, so we've also included in this presentation the study of some of the existing cross-sections. So the aim of this study was also to get more information on the painting technique, but from a chemical point of view, so sorry for that. So we have a closer look at the pigments and the additives, and also at the way the layers are structured. At the same time, because of the techniques we use, we also get information on changes in composition and on the conservation state of the triptych, but because of time restraints, this is not the topic of this presentation. So we have used two state-of-the-art analytical techniques. On the one hand, macro X-ray fluorescence, and on the other hand, macro X-ray powder diffraction. With macro XRF, we get information on the chemical elements present in the paints, in the pigments, For instance, we can detect copper, lead, mercury, and so on, and from which we can often deduce which pigments were used. We get information not only on pigments in this, on the surface layers, but also in layers below the surface. That's why we can get information on changes in composition or on the conservation state. Macro XRF is quite sensitive, so we could scan the complete surface, which resulted in a collection of about 28 million data points. With macro XRPD, we get more detailed information on the pigments. We get chemical information on crystalline compounds. For instance, instead of copper now, we can say the copper is present as malachite or as azurite and so on. And we also can get information on degradation products. We only get information from the surface or from just below. The drawback of the technique that it's less sensitive, so it's not possible to scan the complete triptych. We could only scan about 11 areas, which took 22 days, and these areas were chosen based on the macro XRF results. So these scans were carried out in 2020, prior to the latest conservation treatment, and at that time we didn't take any sample. But in the 1950s, there were just over 100 samples taken, and most of them we still have at the Institute. Some are missing, especially from blue areas. And from the right panel, we don't know where the samples were taken. We only have a very brief description of where they were taken, but not the exact localization. So we, based on the macro XRF and the macro XRD results, we selected a limited number of cross-sections to be reanalyzed. This was to confirm the interpretation of the results of the non-invasive analysis, and also to explain some of the results or to further refine them. So, combination of these techniques does give us the possibility to describe the painting technique. So some of the results, so this is the macro XRF map of lead, and the lead is without doubt coming from lead white. It's used all over the painting, which is of course not a surprise. It's the only white pigment in the 6th century in oil paints. So it has been used in the white colors, for instance, in the color of the white horse, but it has also been mixed with virtually all other colors to influence their tonality and also to help in drying of the old paint. But the lead is not only coming from the surface. If you look at a typical cross-section, for instance from here, from the sleeve of Moses on the left panel, we can see that there is the chalk ground. It's often it's applied in several layers, and on top of that you see here, it's a little bit bigger there, a very thin white layer. It's about 5 to 10 micrometers thick. It contains also lead white with a small addition of lead-tin yellow, so it must have an off-white color, maybe pale yellow color, and it's present in virtually all of the cross-sections. So this white layer is present all over the paint surface and can be considered as the imprimatura. If you look very carefully, you can see that in between the ground and the imprimatura, there is a black layer, and this layer is corresponding with the underdrawing that has just been shown also in the previous presentation. Besides lead, there is also lots of copper present in the painting, as you can see here. The copper is corresponding with green, blue, and purple areas. If you have a closer look, it has already been mentioned several times, but there's a large variety in colors in the painting. For instance, we have intense blue colors, and those more, the other way around, we have the more bluish green colors, which are rich in copper, but there is no potassium in these areas. And then we have more intense blue colors, also rich in copper, but you can also detect some potassium. Now, if you detect potassium in blue colors, it's often associated with ultramarine, prepared from lapis lazuli. Although there is no potassium in the chemical formula of ultramarine, it's often present with it, very likely as impurity from the ore it was obtained from. If you have a look at the macro XRPD results, they do confirm the presence of ultramarine in the deep blue colors and azurite in the more greenish colors. But there is also quite a weak signal. It's really difficult to see, but below the intense blue colors, we can also detect some azurite. Now, as said before, the macro XRPD is the surface technique. We only get information basically from the surface. But the fact that we know that there is also copper in the intense blue and in the blue-green color, it means that the azurite is not mixed with the ultramarine in one layer in the intense blue colors, but that the ultramarine is applied on top of the azurite. So based on these results, for the blue-greenish colors, we have a structure like this, with azurite directly applied on the imprimatura. And for the deep blue colors, we have an extra layer of ultramarine. Now, these were assumptions based on the non-invasive analysis, but if we look at the cross-section, for instance, from this man on the right panel, we can see that this is confirmed by the cross-sections. So we have the ground and the imprimatura, and then in the UV image, you can clearly see a very thick layer of azurite, followed by a layer of ultramarine, which confirms what we've seen in the non-invasive analysis. For the green colors, we also detect copper. According to the study of the 50s, the green color should be malachite, but the macro XRPD analysis could, in the green zones that were analyzed, could not confirm the presence of malachite, so it's more than likely not present. Instead, molowite was detected. This is a copper oxalate. So this is a degradation product. It was originally not present, but it's quite often associated with verdigris or copper resonate. So very, very likely the green that was used was verdigris and or copper resonate. It has never been used pure in the painting. It's always mixed with Latin yellow, as you can see in the images on the right. And this is, of course, to give the green a more green-yellowish aspect. There was one cross-section available in this area, and here you can again see the ground, the imprimatura. And then we have two more opaque layers composed of verdigris with Latin yellow and some lead white. And on top of that, layer 5, there's a green glaze with virtually the same composition. The layers that you see here on top are later overpaints, which were not present when we did the scans. These were removed in the 50s. So this is the map of tin, and you can see that the tin is virtually everywhere in the green colors, not only in the vegetation here on the background, but also, for instance, in the green cloth on the white horse. If you look carefully, you can also see some tin in the blue sky. In this case, it's not Latin yellow, but it's cerulean blue that has been used as retouching pigment, so it has nothing to do with the original palette. If we turn to the painting, and it has been mentioned before, there are many different hues of red colors. We have pale pink, more darker pink colors, then some vivid red colors, and also some dark purple over here. If you look at the macro XRF results, in the intense deep red colors, we can detect mercury. But it would be too simple to say that it's mercury that causes these intense red colors. If you have a closer look at this brocade mantle, you see it's a quite deep red, contains mercury, but also these red stockings contain about the same amount of mercury, yet the color hue is completely different. So there must be something else to explain the color difference. If we then look at some additives, we see that there is also a difference between the red of the brocade and these red stockings. So this is the zinc map. Now zinc, it's quite often associated with zinc white, which is a modern 19th century pigment. This also explains why we find it here in the sky. This is all retouching, or here in the bottom part. But there are three areas in the painting where the zinc is really associated with the original paint. And this is in this red brocade of the mantle, in these red sleeves, and in the shadow parts of this suffering man. If we do the macro XRPD scan of this area, we can detect anglesite, so a lead sulfate, and at the same time also zinc oxalate. So again, these are two degradation products. These are not compounds that were originally present, but we believe that the source of the sulfate and the zinc is very likely zinc sulfate, also known as white vitriol, which has been mentioned in the old recipes as a dryer for red lake pigments. And its presence has also already been confirmed by other studies, amongst others from the National Gallery in London. There was one cross-section available in this area, and you can clearly see the vermilion layer, so this is layer 5, and on top of that we have layers 6 and 7, which are 2 layers containing a red lake. Based on the fluorescence, we could not do any lake analysis. There are no loose samples, they're all converted into cross-sections, but you do have a kind of pinkish purple fluorescence, which quite often corresponds to a lake from an animal source, so a scale insect lake like cochineal or kermes. And in these purple layers, so in layers 6 and 7, we do detect the zinc. If you then look at the cross-section of the man with the red stockings in the right panel, we can again see the vermilion layer, so layer 5, but then we have 2 red lake layers, but with different composition. We can see it better in the UV image. So we have a kind of orange fluorescence in layer 6, and this is very likely corresponding with the lake pigment of an animal origin, so madder lake. And on top of that, we have again the scale insect lake. In none of these lake pigments, we've detected, in this case, zinc. So there is no zinc vitriol as dryer, or white vitriol as dryer. Instead, transparent glass particles have been added to these lakes. And these glass particles are rich in calcium, potassium, and magnesium. This calcium can also be detected by the macro XRF analysis, as you can see here in this small detail. Okay, but there are so many different ways of obtaining the red colors. I'll just give a few examples. So this is, for instance, an example of a cross-section from the red of the mantle of God the Father in the left panel. We can again see the madder lake followed by a scale insect lake, but now the vermilion layer is lacking. These lake pigments are directly applied on the imprimatura. Another example is this pale pink color from the central panel. In this case, we have a white underlayer, so it's much thicker than the imprimatura, so it's really applied as a white underlayer composed of lead white. On top of that, we have a scale insect lake for the pale pink color, and then for the dark shadows, there's a second scale insect lake applied. And then for the more darker purple colors, we can see that the white underlayer is lacking, but there are 2 lake pigments applied on top of each other, 2 scale insect lakes in this case. Okay. So for the dark purple colors, it's a little bit similar at the same time different. We have again 2 lake pigments. So we have the madder lake and the insect scale lake. Sorry, the scale insect lake, and blue pigments have been mixed with it. In the lower layer, we detect azurite. In the top layer, it's again ultramarine, as we've seen in the other blue colors. Again, I forgot to mention, but also in the other cases, there's always glass particles mixed in the red layers, likely to help drying or to give some more body to the paint. There's also another example of a purple color that's obtained here in this dress of the child. It's more a pale purple color. Again, we have the 2 lakes, madder lake followed by a scale insect lake, but in this case, it was only azurite that's mixed with the lake pigments. So there's a large variety in ways of obtaining these different colors. The fact that azurite has been mixed or added to this purple color could also be used from the macro XRF results, where we could also detect the copper in the in the purple colors, and we could also assume that red lakes were present, as no vermilion was to be detected in the purple colors. So the final result I want to show is the macro-XRF map of iron. It's corresponding with dark brown colors and also with more yellowish tones, and in some cases also with reds. And this is corresponding to yellow, brown, and red ochres. Just want to show one detail of this beautiful brocade mantle, where we can see that the more yellowish colors are made with yellow ochre, and the highlights, the bright highlights that you can see here, are then painted with Latin yellow. So some conclusions. So with the non-invasive techniques, we can get really detailed information on the pigments that have been used, except of course for the lakes, but then the additives can already hint at their presence. We also can get information on the degradation, but this is not the topic of this presentation. But if you combine this information with the study of a limited number of cross-sections, it does permit us to describe the painting technique. And on that technique, we can say that, we see the use of thin transparent glazes over opaque layers to create different luminous effects and subtle color transitions. It's a very creative combination of, in fact, a quite limited number of pigments and lakes, and that results in a very broad color palette. And it's a chalk round, which is typically of Northern Europe, followed by very thin, pale yellow imprimatura. So if you look at all this together, this corresponds very well with the tradition of early Netherlandish painting. Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm the last speaker of this afternoon, so I know that I have to be briefed. In this session, of course. So let's begin. As you've seen, I'm going also to talk about the Gand Calvary triptych and the predella from the Gand Museum of Fine Arts, representing the capture of Jerusalem. But more specifically, I'm going to talk about the wooden support of the two artworks and their dendrochronological analysis. Thank you. The objectives of the dendrochronological analysis were multiple. The study had first to date the panel supports in order to refine the execution period of these two artworks. Moreover, this dating information could help to assign or refute some attributions. The comparison between dendrochronological series obtained from the boards from the triptych and of the predella with the KIK-IRPA database, as well with other databases from colleagues who also work on wooden paintings, could reveal some similarities with other artworks already analyzed, and therefore demonstrates that these boards could come from the same trees as other paintings, providing clues about one or both anonymous artists of these artworks. The aim was also to examine the similarities between the Calvary triptych and the predella in terms of tree-ring series. Dendrochronology could highlight coherences or oppositions between the two panel supports and of their possible common origin. I'm not going to explain you today how dendrochronology works, but for those who don't know, remember that it's a dating method based on tree rings. By measuring a succession of ring thicknesses, we can obtain information on the period during which a tree has lived and the year in which it was felled. With dendrochronology, in base case, we can get a date to the half year when we have the last ring of the tree. For works of art, it's obviously never the case. At best, we still have some sapwood, so we can give an estimate for the felling of the tree from which the boards came. If we have no sapwood, dendrochronology delivers a terminus postquem for the realization of the work. Finally, since dendrochronology is based on climatic variations recorded through tree ring thicknesses, And since these variations are specific to a period but also to a region, this dating method also gives us an idea of the region from which the tree in question was extracted. So let's start with a description of the triptych supports. It's composed of 16 vertical boards, of which 13 were analyzed. About the 3 unstudied boards, they were too small with too fast growth, it means wide rings. They therefore did not have a sufficient number of rings for dating. This is why we prefer to leave them untouched by preparation. All the boards are in oak. No saproots was preserved on any board. So as the top part of the triptych has been retouched and mostly curved, we only had the base to access the rings. The predella is composed of one horizontal oak board of about 31 centimeters wide and 169.5 centimeters long, which corresponds perfectly to the dimensions of the length of the central panel of the Gand triptych. The board didn't preserve any saproot either. The access to the end grain was on both lateral edges of the panel, but the right edge could not be studied as it was replaced by small wooden lathe during restoration in 20th century. So we focus only on the left edge. Another difficulty for an accurate dendron measurement was the curve of the edge, which distorts the dendron measurement. To deal with this difficulty, we took photos in 2 different ways, one following the curve and the other following the orthogonal plane, so that we could compare them later. And now let's talk about the result of the dendron analysis itself. We obtained good dating results since all the 13 boards analyzed from the triptych have been dated. As you can see on the picture, some of these boards were extracted from the same trees. You can see here the different groups of boards that come from the same trees indicated by different colors. Some boards from the same tree are found throughout the central panel and the rings of the triptych. It's a quite interesting result because it attests to homogeneity in the structure of the triptych. Moreover, we determined the trees that provide these boards come from the Baltic region, as could be expected. About dating, the date of the last measuring on the triptych is 1452. It's a terminus postquem, as the sapwood is not preserved. This means that the triptych could not have been made before 1458, thus the date of the last measuring, to which we add a minimum of 6 years of sapwood according to statistics. In more detail, we can see that the dates obtained for the different trees are quite close. Results obtained for each tree hold in only 9 years away. You all recognize the schema that Bart presented to you yesterday. In fact, it's an older one, and I add this morning Augustin de Bruyne to complete the schema. What we can see is that, in principle, the dates obtained leaves open all the possibility of attribution given to the triptych, because Dendro gave us a terminus postquem, but non antequem. We try to compare the dendrochronological sequences obtained for each board with the individual references contained in our database. The aim was to see whether some of these boards used in the Calvary triptych may have come from trees already analyzed and identified in other works. A result could have enabled us to give an attribution to the Gand Calvary triptych. Unfortunately, this research was unsuccessful. About the predella, the only board was also dated. The date of its last measuring is 1447. This means that the predella could not have been made before 1453 if we add a minimum of 6 years of sapwood. The tree that gave this board also came from the neighboring of the Baltic Sea. This is the first point of similarity between the triptych and the predella that we can highlight here. Even if, given the period in which they were made, it's not very surprising. Comparing the dates obtained on the two artworks, we can see the last rings measured are closely aligned. If we consider the last ring of the triptych and adding the minimum of 6 Sattwood rings doing the same for the predella, we get a terminus postquem of 1458 for the triptych and 1453 for the predella. And now the question was then, does the predella board come from the same trees as some of the boards of the triptych? Here are the results we obtained from the triptych, clearly showing that when planks are considered from the same tree, this is because they are extremely similar. Here, the planks from the same tree in a single color. If we compare the predella series to those of the triptych, we cannot conclude that it comes from the same trees as those of the triptych. So, what are the dangerous conclusions in the relative study of these two artworks? First, we have good correlation of dates, terminus after 4058 for the triptych and 4053 for the predella. Secondly, there is of course the perfect match between the length of the predella and the width of the central panel of the triptych. We can also mention the common origin of the wood, Baltic, for both, but we don't have correspondence between the trees used for the triptych and the predella. Some results are in favor of a group, the dating, the dimensions, and provenance, but not the argument of boards from the same tree to prove it definitively. Thanks everyone, and thanks again Bart and Francesca for the organization of this symposium.
Because we're running late, we will now break for our coffee tea session, and we will reserve questions from this session until the very end of our afternoon session today. Please be back by 5:45. Thank you very much.
I'm really honored of the... Un minuto, okay. Sì, ok. Posso cominciare? Good afternoon. I'm honored of the invitation at this important symposium. Thank you, Francesca Bottaccin and Bart Franzen, for projecting this event. It's a great pleasure to introduce Francesca Bottaccin, researcher and professor in charge of Flemish and Dutch history of art and Italian and European art history at the University of Urbino, Carlo Bo, our gentle host. You have all the informations in your booklet, and so Francesca today will present new thoughts about the altarpiece of Giusto di Gand, and then this is the chronicle, but allowed me to spend a word. And the word about the appreciation of the monograph of Giusto di Gand, and appreciation with the studies and research of Francesca, with whom I share so many years of studies, starting from our professor Caterina Limentani Virdis, and we share field of research, ideas, passions, adventures, deep friendship and affection. Thank you.
Thank you, Mari. Thank you so much. So, in the total uncertainty generated by our favorite, I must say, enigma, Mastro Giusto da Guanto, some fixed points will, so well defined yesterday by Paula, were also established in my 2021 monograph on the Communion of the Apostles. First of all, Giusto's total authorship of the Communion, from the first payment on February 1473 through the purchase of ultramarine blue that made the design considered completed, to finally the famous record dated October 1474, according to which he was fully paid, even if he hadn't done al dovere, that means his duty, or better, properly. Analysis revealed the technical homogeneity of the painted surface. So this seems to refute the hypothesis of another intervention. Nonetheless, like Paula, I married the idea of an active workshop around him. An officina, as I wrote, that could have finished it without him, following the master style and technique, even if with difficulty. Anyway, analysis seems to exclude the possibility of a signature by Petrus Hispanus. There is no trace of the alleged signature as appears in the late drawing of 1632. Probably Naudet simply attested some voices in Latin, as rewrote all the other identities in Latin as Dux Urbini or Legatus Regi Persarum. This was an oral tradition that confused the names and nationalities of the painters, as testified in other sources of 17th and 18th century, where Giusto is considered German, of course, but this was natural, but also Spanish, and I must say from Urbino. Second, Croven-Cavalcaselle's suggestion that Giusto is the eminent painter mentioned by Vespasiano da Bisticci is definitely right. Federico da Montefeltro's bookseller notoriously omitted his name. However, he tells us that, among other paintings, he painted the portraits of the studiolo. Since the first drawing that reveals the conception of the portraits is identical to that of the Communion, crossing a literary source with a technical aspect, we can be sure of his identity. Third, this is not really a certainty, but it's an idea of which I became more and more convinced. I suggested to reconsidering the painting's iconology. According to the scholar of Urbino, Bernardino Baldi, who wrote 130 years later, and I must say many times he was mistaken, the Communion was believed to bear a trace of a Persian embassy. The figure of the Eastern dignitary in conversation with the Duke should be King Huzun Hasan emissary. Most theories were the result of this assumption, often connected with the anti-Semitic symbolic value of Uccello's predella. Nonetheless, I've offered a different interpretation, convinced as I am that a minor functionary as a mayor ambassador could never have been portrayed in such intimate conversation with the Duke at his own level. And also thinking that perhaps the historical real episode is represented in another painting, the Stendardo of San Giovanni, where you can find the ambassador on the right, and on the left, most scholars also recognized, behind Federico and Ottaviano, Cardinal Bessarione, the Greek humanist and theologian, close friend to the Duke, and prominent figure in the balance between East and West. His portrait with the same clothes and characteristic of our Eastern dignitary. We know from Ser Guerriero da Gubbio that Cardinal Bessarione officiated Guidobaldo's confirmation in Gubbio in 1472 in the presence of Federico, Ottaviano, Battista Sforza, and Antonio da Montefeltro, was the natural son of Federico. Battista is in a post-mortem portrait, dressed in mourning, but with her beloved pearls, she is transfigured as a Madonna in niche without a veil. Guidobaldo is painted like baby Jesus with the globe in his hands, as happens in other contemporary paintings. Ottaviano, dressed in damask blue, like in Piero della Francesca's flagellation, as Machteld studies pointed out. We can be sure of his identity comparing him with this portrait in the coat of arms of the Ubaldini family, clearly borrowed by from the Communion. Some details of the ceremony are recognizable too, the symbolic imposition of the hand, manus, and the anointing represented with a cross on the forehead of Guidobaldo. It's crucial to say that Federico's beloved wife Battista and his close friend Bessarione had died that very first year of 1472, a few months apart. Therefore, he probably felt the need to commemorate their memory in an era that possessed very few images. Federico wanted to remember his beloved friend and his beloved wife. And fourth, I think that we can definitely identify Giusto da Gand with Joos van Wassenhove, as Bart often say, how many other evidences we need. Above all, the coincidence of him coming to Italy is too poignant. Yes, yet, were this true, he wouldn't seem to be the same painter of the Calvary triptych in St. Pavo or the Adoration of the Magi in the Metropolitan Museum, both ancient attributions. I think we arrived to the same conclusion from different ways, also listening yesterday to the speech of Bart and Dominic. The stylistic similarities in these pieces seems to be consistent with a mutual source, namely painter Dirk Pauws, as we saw also yesterday, the beautiful Tochlein in Brussels with crucifixion. But I leave many consideration also to Gianluca, who is speaking after me and who has done wonderful analysis. So, despite the uncertainties, we have many important reasons of which you could base a serious catalogue of Giusto. We have documents, sources, a group of paintings surely from Urbino, technical evidences. Therefore, I wondered why his authorship, even of the Communion, has been questioned and doubted so much, especially in favor of an author of whom only one documentary mention survives. The rest are just opinions. To answer this, I conclude that Giusto's critical misfortune is due to two separate reasons. Firstly, the poor state of conservation and the clumsy restorations of the Communion combined to the ancient practice and methods with which Giusto was often studied. Then, the adverse reception of the Communion by some Italian critics. On the first point, I still want to highlight that in the past century, scholars mostly worked with black and white photographs. For example, Paul Eckhout surely had seen the picture at least before the last restoration of the 70s. Despite that, when he wrote his essay on Les Primitifs Flamands et leur temps of 1994, he published an old photograph, the result of Riccardo de Bacci Benuti's disastrous restoration of 1930. Needless to say that his terrible judgment on the Communion is in reality on the de Bacci Benuti's painting. All the students, when I showed these photographs, were laughing. I must say that these details are really, they speak for themselves. So, this mistake gives us the opportunity to get to the root of the problem. What is clear is that we, over time, have surely faced at least four different paintings. The one Cavalcaselle designed in 1861, when he registered things that are no longer verifiable, like Il Duca Bella Testa, the Duke Beautiful Head. He wrote that all the part of the portraits were beautiful and was beautiful and well preserved, but yet he lamented the poor state of preservation of the rest, and he wrote tutto scorticato, all worn. The second painting is the one Adolfo Venturi and Roberto Longhi saw in the first decades of the 20th century, the result of Sidonio Centenari's quick restoration of 1900. But the worst was the already mentioned one of the Bacci Venuti, after the disastrous trip to the Antwerp exhibition allowed by Superintendent Luigi Serra. Serra was a good art historian and a Flemish art lover, but he not only allowed this dangerous transportation, he also seemed not to realize the huge damages caused by the restorer, a mirror of the different sensitivity of the time. The artist Francesco Carnavali, as Andrea Bernardini kindly suggested me and wrote in my book, remembers a foreign scholar reproaching Serra, saying, "Vous l'avez imbu de couleur." So the last restoration that you can see in the third images was done by Anna and Martino Oberto in 1973, now more than 50 years ago. Tomorrow, Daphne De Luca will speak of it with full knowledge of the facts. From the 1960s to the early 2000s, when I started teaching in Urbino, the painting was the object of attention, especially by foreign scholars. Italians have given little consideration to it. They mostly repeated previous bibliographic acquisition and severe judgments. Even some of my early works were no exception. This lack of general attention from Italian critics towards Flemish painters lead us to my second and last point. The prejudice against Flemish art is ancient and not exclusively Italian. Famous is the terrible judgment pronounced by Michelangelo in the words of Francisco de Holanda. However, even Giovanni Santi's verses, for example, just apparently laudatory, have indeed a derogatory intent. Exalting their technique, as we were speaking yesterday, lowers the Flemish painters to the rank of the artisans compared to the great Italian intellectuals of perspective, an attitude that now will be defined as passive-aggressive. It is worth remembering that also Karel van Mander did not consider Van Eyck in the Renaissance, same for Huizinga, according to whom the wonderful Eyckian innovation are nothing but the mirror of the autumn of Middle Ages. This prejudice is already formulated by Crowe and Cavalcaselle in the preface to the early Flemish, where the sense of specificity of Flemish art is posed. As Caterina Limentani Virdis wrote, this Flemish specific is derived according to a scheme of contrast between Italian and Flemish school, classic and still used. The Flemish school, of course, is inferior to the Italian in the great future of design and sentiment, but it has superior claims to attention from an early tendency towards a new mode of color, still artisans. Naturally, in this paradigm, the new wonderful narrative approach to nature and the quiet intimism of Flemish painters were not worthy of consideration. If this prejudice seems to die down in the writings of many international scholars, as demonstrated by various statements, on the contrary, it worsened over time in our country. Okay. In accordance with the nationalist drift affecting Italy since the beginning of the 20th century, Adolfo Venturi wrote on Giusto in the 1913.
Italian art won and made painter of the North bow down, okay? And other amenities. Roberto Longhi's position is more complex and has changed throughout the years. His absolute denial of the articity of Northern painting proclaimed in 1914, according to which Dürer, Holbein, Van Eyck, Fouquet, Bouts, Memling, altogether nothing, okay? Becomes more nuanced over time, but his antipathy remains. The aversion for the Flemish permeates the entire monograph of 1927 on Piero della Francesca. As Ambra Cascone wrote, this book made Longhi the perfect interpreter of the new artistic directions pointed out by the regime, the champion of a philological recovery of the sunny Italic and Mediterranean tradition embodied by Piero. Here Giusto is simply ignored in favor of the identification of Spero Spagnolus with Pedro Berrughete, since then acquired by most Italian critics. The suspect of nationalism for Longhi appeared to decline due to his famous conference of 1941 on German art and Italian art, where he stated his opposition to the idea of an art of lineage. However, it is certain that his attribution of many of the Urbino's masterpieces to a Spanish painter instead of a Flemish one was much more acceptable and functional to the myth of the Mediterranean culture. We don't want to get into political controversies, nor to underestimate the complexity of Longhi's figure. It's well known, for example, that he disagreed with his young pupil Pier Paolo Pasolini, whom in a youthful impetus proclaimed the superiority of Italian culture. Even the genius of Pasolini was currently inspired by nationalist feeling, and luckily he changed his mind after. If, I repeat, we are not dealing with nationalism, and whatever one may think, it's clear that Longhi's authority surely influenced many Italian scholars, distancing the attention from Giusto. To be fair, I have to say that in more recent time, many Italian colleagues, like for example Rosaria Valazzi, who was former superintendent and did these two beautiful exhibitions on the return of the illustrious man, and Giovanni Santi, took Giusto's side, okay? Fortunately, we live in more relaxed time, at least for history of art, where the majority of people have abandoned this way of judging, proceeding by obnoxious comparison, establishing hierarchies, deciding what is good and what is bad, what is better and what is worse. I finally hope that in 2024, with a different awareness and sensitivity, art can be admired and studied without any prejudice. And so, in conclusion, to make amends for the past and cement our friendship and favor towards the Flemish, I would like to conclude quoting in Flemish Adolf de Keulener, the first author of a monograph on Giusto in 1910. Vraag aan den Urbinaat wat voor een landsman Giusto da quanto was. Het is de Vlaming, zal hij zeggen, die ons laatste avondmaal schreef. Dank je wel. Grazie.
Thank you, Francesca. And now I'm pleased to introduce Gianluca Poldi from the University of degli Studi di Udine. And Gianluca Poldi is very well-known specialist of non-invasive analysis. He collaborated with so many Italian universities, and he is consultant of many exhibitions in Italy and abroad, especially Antonello da Messina, Giovanni Bellini, Bramantino, Leonardo, and the workshop of Giorgione, Lorenzo Lotto, Tintoretto, and also painting by 19th and 20th century. So he has many, many publications, and we are looking at his work and seeing astonished material. Thank you.
Grazie, many thanks to all of you, in particular, and to the organizers. I am very happy of being here, and it seems something like an incredible dream. It was a long journey, and we are here in Urbino, and it is with all of you, and it's absolutely fantastic, this orchestral meeting around Giusto and his problems. Okay, the truly special underdrawing of Giusto in Urbino. I wanted to stress with the title the main focus, which is the specificity of this kind of underdrawing as far as known by me in respect to the other kind of underdrawing, also of Netherlandish or also Flemish painting. My speech is divided into three parts. The first is on the Comunione of the Apostles, and the other on the Uomini Illustri, the famous men, and the third one is only something to do more to better understand some problems linked with Petrus Hispanus in particular. So this is the painting that you will see tomorrow. We did the predella by Paolo Uccello. The frame was completely lost, unfortunately, and we can see the very large prepared but unpainted borders indicating the panel was inserted in the frame. The predella of Paolo Uccello as a modern frame instead, and it was finished many years before Giusto had the commission to complete finally this altarpiece that was originally, they tried originally to commit to Pier della Francesca. And so, first of all, I have to point out that since Lavallée studies observation on designs, on the design and underlying drawing of the communion, have had a particular role, often carried out in relation to the illustrious man and the complex problem of the presence in Urbino of a Spanish painter identified by many scholars as Pedro Berruguete. I'm not of that party, and but that's quite another story. We need to observe that in the communion altarpiece, the underdrawing is now clearly visible to the naked eye in various areas, in the complexions of the figures, in the birds and hair, in backgrounds of the clothes, in the hues of the clothes now almost white and under some light blues, making its interpretation easy, already also without infrared. Already in Lavallée's 1964 Urbino monograph, spectacular work in my opinion, well printed also, allowed the graphic layout to be clearly read thanks to the abundant use by Giusto di Gand of transparent pigments, and so it's easily could be read easily in the near infrared, also in the photographic, we can say, as they called it yesterday, the photographic infrared. And also thanks to carbon-based inks, very dark and very contrasted in the infrared. So it is possible also today to obtain good results using digital cameras or video cameras equipped also with simple silicon detectors, the CCD or CMOS camera modified. I call it short band near infrared. This near infrared image is the one you can view together with the color image in the link QR code in your booklet of the symposium, and a special thanks to Bart Franzen for this idea and for the to Kikirpa for the collaboration. So you all can appreciate it completely in a good resolution. And okay, so now I can end my speech because you can make your consideration with your smartphone. Now, okay, I have to say something that's just not immediate, perhaps, from those images. The need to better read the underdrawing, even in areas that are little or not transparent to the near infrared, such as those containing copper greens and vermilion red, and to identify any change, as well as to accurately know the technique and document, and also to document the state of conservation, suggested to carry out new investigations for this occasion. Here I will speak only about infrared results in this speech, while we will see the materials in the next speech. The famous note of payments of the painter by the Confraternity of Corpus Domini with the phrase, "He did not do his duty and was paid in full by us," that Francesca read or shown a few minutes ago, can be read as a dissatisfaction on the part of the client for the work carried out, but we do not know which duty refers in the absence of the contract. This has been interpreted as a possible failure to complete the show itself and its consequent improvement by others. Naturally, other reasons can be admitted for the client's lack of appreciation, but it is certainly difficult to believe that the complaint was referred to a lack of inventiveness, the inventio, given the novelty of the subject, or to the pigments, which are of excellent quality and wide chromatic range, as analyses have shown, with extensive use of ultramarine blue. So this could not be the matter of the complaint. Whether the regret was instead due to a lack of finish of the figures remain a topic to be investigated, and the analysis carried out allow for precise feedback regarding the current state. I carried out imaging in 2013, 2018, and in depth in 2021 with a visible infrared camera, and later and also with an Osiris scanning system, working in the full range from 0.8 to up to 1.7 microns. And this is the broader infrared range. So broadband infrared shows small differences in respect to the short infrared band image. Copper containing pigments verdigris in this case become transparent, and some darker areas too. But the visualization of the underdrawing is substantially the same of short and near infrared. That's why I will use identical images from one source or the other without specifying each time the infrared band used. As we will see in detail, the relatively tremulous tracing of the main contours of the figures, not particularly fluent and indeed often segmented into short strokes, may make one think of their transfer by pouncing or tracing from a cartoon or of a thin charcoal sketch, not recorded by reflectography, because it could have been erased by brushing it carefully after this drawing was retraced with a thin brush and black ink. It seems to find rare faint traces along some profiles in infrared reflectography, we will see. And this is, so let's start with some geometrical considerations. The point of view is not univocally defined. No geometrical perspective rules the image construction. Red lines here reproduce the joints drawn on the floor with carbon black pigments, a finish which are not underdrawing but a finishing drawing, and not exact, and they don't converge as you see in the red lines in a single point. The vertical pale blue lines indicate the architectural elements that should be vertical. They should be parallel. They should be parallel in a correct perspective reconstruction, but they aren't. Instead, you see that the right verticality is given by here as a comparison by the vertical green. The vertical green lines are really parallel and vertical, not the blue, the pale blue ones. So we can say that the perspective is intuitive, not geometrical, intuitive as for the illustrious man, and very different from the Italian use in that period, characterized by the geometrical rigor of Paolo Uccello, as in the predella of this work, or Piero della Francesca, of course, the beloved artist at Federico da Montefeltro's court. If we look at the horizontal lines of the floor, we see a curious fact. They are quite trembling, not straight. They do not show any preparatory incisions nor particular care in the tracing. They are carried out with a slightly trembling sign, the same used to trace the outline of the figures. So they are very coherent, despite the fact that they are finishing, we can say, drawing, like as it were painting. Here it is a detail. And what about the horizontal lines, the spacing, the gradation of the perspective? Also in the ground, we can observe that the horizontal lines of the ground are not perspectively scaled. And so we see that here and here, the space is not coherent. They don't start larger, becoming closer, going to the fading point. And so, about the changes, there are a few changes revealed by reflectography. Those of Federico's dress, here you see, and that of the dignitary behind him appear interesting. The scarlet cloak placed elegantly over the Duke's shoulder is added lastly over the first version of the robe, which included a buttoned jacket on the front and tied at the waist with a wide flat black collar and a half sleeve, probably made of fur if not velvet. Only later is the first detailed drawing covered by the sumptuous brocade surcoat, of which no graphic trace is available. The intense lapislazuli blue jacket of the man behind the Duke, which has a white collar similar in shape to the one already developed for Federico. It was drawn slightly open at the top, not tightly fastened as in the painting. So small changes. About preservation, which is another important point. Of course, it is also for the historical literature. It is a fact that, except for the angels above of the upper part, the flesh tones generally appear to have almost no pictorial film. The underdrawing is clearly visible to direct view, and in some clothes also. On the other hand, from microscopic and stratigraphic analysis, we learn of the simple sequence of the pictorial layers in general. Thin and simple, not generally exceeding one or two layers. So a few layers of painting, very differently from the Calvary, from the Gand altarpiece that we saw in the previous part of the afternoon. This factor may have been influenced, of course, the conservation in the event of excessive cleaning, the loss of the original layers, as you can see here. No, that drastic cleanings have taken place with the disappearance of the material is evident, for example, from the architectural background, where the color is thicker and better preserved, except in the abraded areas. It held up in the landscape passages, especially on the left, in the angels in flight, in white and green tablecloths, not only in areas richer in lead white, also in many dark areas. The floor, however, appears rather impoverished. In short, the conservative panorama is differentiated according the different areas. It is therefore above all in the backgrounds of where it is more impoverished, in the backgrounds of iridescent tone, in the hues, of iridescent tone, or in any case not well defined or very delicate, such as the very thin glazes of red lake, or those that contain it in the mixture or in the layers. So we have a lot of abrasions, and they are clearly evident, for example, in this small detail. But we have to say that more or less the same happens for some parts of the uomini illustri, of the illustrious man, where generally the conservation is better, is greater, but there were some complications, and this can mean of a similar attitude as also analysis revealed, attitude and practice. The restoration of 1931 by the painter and restorer Riccardo de Bacci Venuti may have had a part. He worked in those years on numerous paintings of the Italian school and on other works from the Marche, including the battered Martyrdom of San Sebastian by Giovanni Santi that you can see in the Casa Raffaello here. And he was inexperienced in Flemish painting and made various additions to the Comunione altarpiece as known from old photographs. Furthermore, to justify the conservation problems, an original haste in execution of the part on the parts of the painter cannot be ruled out, which would have somehow accelerated the final phases of the painting by operating in a manner that was not always adequate. Therefore, in the flesh tones and in part of the figures, since usually the coloring process started from the background and, as we know, ended with them, so the last part were them. And also the preparation has many defects. First of all, in smoothing, is a choke, a gesso ground, so it also have to play a role. So a lot of things that concurred. But despite this, fortunately, many beautiful details survived, like these pieces of still life, we can say. This is a part of the top angels, but with the image, the landscape on left and right. And now let's see the underdrawing. And so, of course, we can also think about a second hand that puts some painting here and there, but I don't think we need it. I think that we can justify the problems also without thinking of a second hand working, because looking at it directly and close up, the hand seems the same in all the parts of the remaining panel. And so, what about the underdrawing, which is extremely coherent, and I believe it was carried out by the same hand. The drawing was applied with a black ink, which is an ink of animal origin, a bone black, as demonstrated by SEM EDS analysis. And so not a vegetal origin, not the carbon black, for example. And the letter type, this letter type appears to be the most frequently used in Italian painting, but not the bone black one, for example. And let us see this underdrawing in various details. You see here the contours with the trembling lines, probably two stages of underdrawing, and then all these very peculiar hatching. Here in these figures, only this small dotted underdrawing, as it was drawing on paper, no? As in Carpaccio, for example, or other great master of drawing. And here, let's start to see the real complexity in the movement of the hatching in different directions, with different densities, with crossing the hatching in different ways. Also, dotting also is something like, sometimes it makes also powderizing, the drawing, as you can see here, all together in the same painting. This is probably the only part where we can also suppose some outline, a carbon black outline that was not brushed away before putting the ink. And here is a detail where we see a Flemish, typical, that we saw also in other paintings before, with the finishing with small dots of paint of red lake over the vermilion. So what about the 28 illustrious men? Very quick, because I wanted to show with this very large screen some details. And you see, and you can compare, that's the underdrawing, of course, of the first version, because the second version, the changes are not, maybe we can say that there is a collaborator, one hand, perhaps two, but without a redrawing. There is only one underdrawing, and this is, in my opinion, completely, also not always clearly evident and contrasted, but almost in every panel the same. Of course, thanks to the team of the Louvre and the University of Bologna, Ravenna, and Urbino, who carried out this analysis 10 years ago or more. I'm going to finish. Pope Gregory, the same, you see the same, exactly the same, but with different solution for the shadows. It's not an underdrawing to make the volume, but it's only an underdrawing to make, to appreciate the different shades in order to put more dense or not so dense glazing for the different parts. Here there are also some changes. Here is more regular. This is one of the very few parts in which we can imagine that perhaps a second hand also in the underdrawing, but it's extremely rare. Also the trembling. So, last slide, further studies, to-do list, to study more in-depth, as we did for the Communion and you did for the other paintings of the, we can say, Giusto entourage, to study finally with the right arms of science, if it can be useful, the double portrait. Here, it was yet studied, but only by infrared. It's too few, it is not enough. This is a very old work I carried out with Giovanni Villa and Mauro Lucco many years ago. Or here. Or here. This is in Brera, not in Urbino. Is another crux, another big question mark. Also another kind of underdrawing. You see the angel, and you see also the figure of Christ. How different it is from other. Thank you for your kind attention.
And we have again Gianluca.
I'm sorry.
No, it's, you know, we thank to him because we're listening now the paper of Maria Letizia Amadori of the University of Urbino. She is a chemistry and professor of chemistry for the cultural heritage, and now she's sick coming from overseas, and so Gianluca, thanks for her.
I'll try to do my best. So the painting materials and technique. So the project, the idea was that scientific analysis, both non-invasive and micro-invasive, carried out on the Communion of the Apostles allow for an in-depth study of the materials and painting technique employed by Giusto di Gand, as well as a technical comparison with the panels of the illustrious man examined just over a decade ago. This contribution will briefly present the palette employed, the stratigraphy of the painting, and some peculiar choices, including the use of transparent powdered glass, typical of the Flemish tradition. This innovative technical expedient was also used by Raphael's father, Giovanni Santi, in his oil painting, on which recent investigation have shed new light. So a long history of analysis, but I try to be quick, and so I pass over. Okay, so 6, 7 cross-section from the painting, taken some years ago and restudied for this occasion, and many non-invasive analysis on all the hues. The non-invasive analysis were energy dispersive XRF and reflectance spectroscopy, so you will see different graphs, different spectra. Okay, about the ground layer is calcium sulfate with silicate impurities, and in all the 6 samples examined, we found a priming, pigmented, we can say off-white, made with lead white, and a few ochres dispersed in drying oil, and the thickness is 10-15 microns. What about the palettes, the painting materials? What about the blue hues? Here you see the reflectance spectroscopy analysis, which are extremely useful to find, to investigate and detect, differentiate the different blues. In fact, on the left, you see in the center, really, the visible spectra of Christ's tunic, where natural ultramarine characteristic can be identified, mixed with different amounts of lead white, depending on the area. While on the right, you see that the blue columns, the deep blue columns on the background, they are not only blue, but the blue one contain indigo. So the blue hues are made of, generally, the wider part is natural ultramarine and lead white, of course, indigo in some parts of the architecture, in bluish hues, and azurite only for the upper ranges, for the small portions of the sky, and for the small parts of the landscape outside the windows. So, as I told you before, the ultramarine blues, precious and costly pigment, was used for, and it was used without an azurite layer behind, directly. Also, some red lake particles were added to some shadows. Here you find one bottom left, a red particle together. Green hues, of course, the conservation is not always fantastic. They are all made of copper pigments, some of which are identified by reflectance spectroscopy as copper acetates, we can say verdigris. They are often mixed with lead and thin yellow, as confirmed by XRF analysis and also by microscopy. And they were used, this mix with Latin yellows, of course, it was used to keep brighter the color, not only mixing it with white. The layering is simple here, is 2 layers over the priming. For example, here is again 2 layers over the priming, a vermilion and then a glaze of red lake. What about flash hues? Also, flash hues are really extremely simple. We find low amounts of vermilion mixed with very high amount of lead white, and also some parts of ochre. You see the small shoulder at 450 nanometers in some spectra. And the pinkish hues are more interesting because we see that the painter tried some color change between from pink to purplish to bluish hue, mixing ultramarine, natural ultramarine with a scale-derived lake. We can assess it because of 530 and 560 more or less nanometers absorption bands on the right. And the flash, again the flash hues, and here there is the underdrawing of bone black, the layer 1, and then a simple layer of the flash tone. Perhaps something was lost, of course. And I think more interesting, the use of glass. Is this for me now? Or is it the previous? Okay, later. Okay. So, the occurrence of colorless powdered glass particles was attested in the Communion of the Apostles, not only in the red lake-based layer, but also in blue pictorial layers, at least one occurrence that seems quite rare for that time, but we know that one occurrence is not statistics. So I have to say, as being a physicist, that I put it with some question mark. While the presence of red lake in this blue layer containing natural ultramarine could explain the glass, the minimal number of red lake particles suggests that the glass was not solely due to the red lake and might have been used to maintain layer transparency, thereby taking advantage of the intricate and evident underdrawing, only glazing it. So this fast technique of Giusto in this altarpiece may be due to maybe an interesting skill in trying to give value to the complex underdrawing with small and thin glazing. Of course, as many, but not all, Nordic Flemish painting, here in a peculiar way. What about the famous man? Let us see Cicero, for example. Here you see on top right a detail of powdered glass particle in this pinkish layer under ultraviolet light. And these powdered glass particles usually measure up to 30 microns. The cross-section that were taken years ago on the Urbino's men were restudied for this occasion, and we could ascertain that and discover that there was a glass. Of course, you see, sometimes you see what you are prepared to see and to check now, as it is something linked to serendipity. No, I mean, many years ago there were a lot of samples, and the colleagues didn't have enough time perhaps to go in depth to check all these things. The same happens, of the same presence of glass happens also in other figures, in other parts of in other panels. Then the recent study project on oil paintings by Giovanni Santi for the exhibition of 2018 variously placed by critics in the 1480s, these panels has demonstrated the presence of glass in various use, a practice that could derive precisely from his direct knowledge of Flemish, of the practice of Flemish painting due to his stay of Giusto in Urbino, and we can find it here. This is the terribly preserved Martyrdom of San Sebastian, or in the better preserved painting, which is the Archangel Raphael in Casa Raffaella Urbino, which is among the first oil painting in Italy on canvas, on herringbone canvas. Okay, so in the end, the colorless powdered glass was found in both in the underpainting and glaze layers that were always related to red lakes, and also in the green copper acetate oil-based glazes in Giovanni Santi. The refractive index of the glass is very similar to that of the oil, is about 1.5, enhancing transparency compared to pigment particles. It is probable that Giusto, as well as Santi, added the glass powder to the lakes and verdigris to provide more body to the layers and, at least in the glazes, to improve transparency in a way that other fillers would have not allowed. We cannot completely exclude that glass could help drying, as usually reported in literature. Historical sources have suggested its use for centuries to expedite oil drying, and in some cases to aid in grinding orpiment, for example, or other pigments. But we have to point out that recent studies on the drying properties, a study came out on the Journal of Cultural Heritage last year, they pointed out that the drying time, adding the glass particles is not so important. I mean, the drying time seems to be completely inconsistent because we add glass. So perhaps literature has to be, perhaps more studies for sure, practical experiments should be done, but the work of the colleagues gives us the idea that probably the adding to fasten drying is not completely true. So what remains? Remains the adding of glass to enhance transparency, or adding glass to have a different body to the layer, but we know that these layers were particularly thin. And then last, which kind of glass was used? The composition of glass particles in terms of elements, and we can see the first group is the Giusto di Gand group, Comunione of the Apostles, and a couple of illustrious men, and the others, the last three are from Giovanni Santi. We weren't allowed to take a lot of samples, but the statistics seems quite consistent. And in all these cases, the same kind of grounded glass particles, transparent, finely grounded glass particles were used. It is a soda lime glass typical of the Italian area, which became more prevalent in Italian painting after the turn of the century. In fact, the use of glass powder appears to be substantially new to Italian painting practice, documented in the same years in artworks of Perugino around the same period, while it is typically found, as you know better than me, in coeval or previous Northern European painting, Flemish in particular, and also in Giusto in Urbino.
Thank you. Thank you. Grazie very much. So I think it's better to invite all the speakers here for the questions. Sì, sei stato bravissimo. Sì, lascia qua che se magari ti fanno qualche domanda, secondo me, che ho visto che facevano tante foto, quindi è interessante. Io posso stare anche un po' di là. So for this session, with so many information and considerations, I ask you if there are questions, please.
Hi, I had a question for Danny Prate, the first paper. Thank you for that wonderful exposition of the whole history of that tradition through the centuries, right up to the 15th century. My question is, since this is such an unusual scene with an altarpiece of the Passion, and it's really rather virulent, as you showed in the details of that depiction, why Ghent then? Was there a particular outbreak of, or a very strong tradition of anti-Judaic? My wife, who studies these things, says, was there an expulsion in Ghent? And things like this. It's so striking. At a given point, I read every Passion tract I could lay my hands on back in the decades ago, and they never mention this in the context of Passion tracts. It comes from a historiographical tradition, not a Passion tradition. So it's so unusual. One wonders why Ghent and why at this moment.
And I can't answer because, to my knowledge, there was no expulsion. There were a few incidents in Brussels.
Well, it was, all right, the other version of that is there, it had to have a theological advisor. No painter would just come up with this juxtaposition on their own, or even the tapping of Moses tapping the rock. Is there a particular theologian in Ghent? You had St. Baf's Abdé, you had all of these wonderful, particular theologian in Ghent that one knows about who was concerned with such things at the time.
Again, we don't know. It's the same problem with the Ghent altarpiece by Van Eyck. You can only deduce from the content that there must have been some advisors, that there's some intellectuals behind the content, but who these people were, I must remain silent about it. I'm sorry.
with the Jews. So we have the worst version of the story in Uccello Predella, really anti-Semitic. And it was also at that time that Battista Sforza created the Monti di Pietà. So.
Thank you. I have a very complicated question for Françoise, Livia, and Gianluca. How would you compare the underdrawings in the Gand crucifixion with the Communion?
It's a difficult question. I think in the Communion it's a drawing which is reported. That's it?
No, I mean, there is a different... Non fischia nulla? Ok. No, I start. So, okay. Okay, of course, this kind of meeting allowed many months or years before to share data in a fraternal, very nice way, so we could have all the same materials, more or less, and it was extremely, extremely important, so we discussed it in previous meetings online. This is all, of course, black ink, carbon-based, that is true, but you saw that the outline of the Communion starts to be different from the others. It seems to be less secure, less confident for some ways, or with a different confidence, no? Because there is not a continuous, or scarcely ever, there is the continuity of the line, and it is dotted as, and that is an interesting point, and is not a simple, of course, we join the points of that we didn't find, the points of a pouncing, for example. No, never having no points. So may have, was there a cartoon? I suppose it is a complex composition with all the figures together. I have, in Italian practice, of course, something like that, a cartoon, and then, but also in Mantegna, in San Zeno, we don't find pouncing, but it's very complex, and we know that something happened and that they should have used cartoons, for example. No? Sometimes we found the Raphael in others. Okay, so it's not a problem for me that something came out firsthand or something with a first coming from drawings, enlarging them is not a point. The point for me, the point is that the etching in particular is so different in shape, in distance, in all the things. I mean, if it were on paper, I'm sure that everyone would say, no, can't be the same artist. And so we try to think in this way, as if this black and white infrared were drawings, black and white photos of drawings of paper. Of course, it's not the same thing, we know, but in this case it can help a lot. And the continuity between the drawing of the majority of the illustrious man and of the Communion is for me evident, and the difference, and also what they pointed out for me is striking, because I never put my mind on that. I didn't examine so carefully the Calvary, the Gand's altarpiece, the two hands.
So we need two names.
Yes, the two hands of the left. And I have a small question about it. What about the Christ? Which kind of underdrawing the Christ? The left master or the right master? Because now we can call...
For me, it's the right one, but we have to look together.
And in that case, for me, it's extremely interesting that the underdrawing is coherent also with the finishing part. Is not common. For example, in Italy is absolutely not common. The Politico di Treviglio of Zenale and Buttinone, more or less the same years, a little after beginning of the 80s. But the two hands cannot be recognized by making this match. It's much more complex. Zenale arrives and makes the finishing to homogenize, I don't know the English term, to make more homogeneous all the, more or less all the surface.
Just me? No, I had just a remark, because, I mean, when I look at the underdrawing, given the fact that it has a function and it has a specific, it's a specific stage in the production process, I don't see it as completely different. It's sort of the same, it's the same sort of like rhythm in a way that we are looking at, probably, you know, a different drummer, but it's sort of like same instrument. It's the same, has the same, it serves the same purpose within the compositional stages. We have differences in scale. The figures, of course, in the Comunione are much, much bigger. But, you know, I don't really think that we have to construct 3 different masters in order to come to you know, understand this is, these things are obviously linked.
Does it? Yeah. Okay, a question concerning the talks of Danny and Tom and well, all the rest of you concerning the predella. I mean, a predella is something extremely rare in early Netherlandish painting. And I mean, I think we've been talking about that during our video meetings already, but there is hardly any other example of a predella left from the time. That is, there is no predella left. Van Mander says there was one. But if that is really true, and if we follow Hugo van der Velden, the predella was, was fixed to the wall as a monument to Hubert van Eyck. Naja. But no, I did not say that there was a predella. I said there is not one example left, and there is, Van Mander says that there was a predella in watercolors, which is unlikely. A foot, yeah, a foot. Yeah, what is a foot other than a predella? Well, I think it doesn't matter. It is not left. A predella is something rare, right? And then I wonder, I mean, we have these hundreds of tiny figures on the predella, and it's almost impossible, even if you stand in the museum in front of it, it's almost impossible to recognize all these little scenes. You have to come very close. And then when I imagine this was placed on an altar, you cannot come that close to the altar. Not at all. And then the iconography, you have all these abominant scenes there, the cruel and massacre scenes, everything on a predella, and that on an altar table. And then that would mean that's a sacrament. The chalice, the host would stand right in front of it. And that is so strange. I mean, there are a lot of predellas left in Germany, as you all know, and what do you have as iconographic programs? Very often the bust of Christ and the apostles, for example. Or sometimes it's the Virgin Mary with the Christ child. Or what we have is a crucifixion in the main altarpiece, and in the predella there is the birth of Christ, etc. But here we do not have anything that is Christian, just the opposite. And I mean, hard to see from afar. And then, yeah, in a certain conflict with the host, etc.
Okay, very good point and very good question. And I think there's a little bit of a missing link in the presentations here, and I'm responsible for this, which is that there is a pictorial tradition that is very rich and very highly developed at the Burgundian court at this time, which ties in directly with what Annie has been talking about. And for one example, in 1468, Loise Liede was paid for 20 miniatures and a manuscript of Mercade's mystery play on the vengeance of our Lord Jesus Christ. That actually includes a miniature. It starts out in its opening sort of prologue dedication miniature with a little scene of the crucifixion in the background. It includes a series of sequences of the ravaging of Jerusalem, including the siege miniature, or the attack on Jerusalem. And throughout both a series of secular manuscripts, and there are these devotional manuscripts that were produced in the 1470s for members high up at the Burgundian court. And I should stress that a lot of what we know about this imagery is connected to not just any noble patron, but people high up to the dukes at the court. Like the Mercadet manuscript, I don't know if I said that, was commissioned by Duke Philip the Good of Burgundy. It was finished before he died. It was paid for the following year. It's in the inventory of the manuscripts at his death. So this imagery, and actually the other thing about the Mercadet play, I think we know that it was produced in 1458 in Lille and in the 1460s in another town. It's actually the kind of manuscript, the kind of mystery play that Laurent de Mecq, the patron of this triptych, could actually have seen. And I guess the variety of imagery, there are Josephus manuscripts from this period that have this imagery in it. There are these devotional texts which have the life of Christ with the Vengeance text treated as a continuous series of miniatures. One of them actually is organized as devotions for the day of the week. So they were actually part of the spiritual practices of folks who were at the Burgundian court at this time. The point being that this narrative connected to the crucifixion was permeated the culture. It appeared in plays. It appeared in illuminated manuscripts. It appeared in tapestries. So that, I don't know, it seems to me that it's such a big step to it, at some point someone to decide to include it in a triptych. I'm not. What's that?
I would say it is a very big step. I mean, as I said, the crucifix and the host would be placed right, and two candlesticks, of course, would be placed in front of that predella. This is, for me, it is disturbing. For me, it's a very big difference to a manuscript. And then, I mean, it is absolutely disturbing. And then you cannot see it. Yeah, but you do not find it so often in predellas.
Yeah, but it's a different genre. It's a different genre. It's a historical and historiographical tradition. The leap to a sacramental setting and an altarpiece, that is, to me, a great leap. So I agree with Stefan on that. It's a mix of genres. You have a historiographical tradition. It even shows in the way the painting is done, and they just don't go together.
Liturgical feast celebrating the destruction of Jerusalem. There's a liturgical feast dedicated to it. So clearly, it's part of the,
But no pictorial tradition in sacramental art.
Other than this, and maybe it was judged by, at some point after this, it was judged not appropriate to do it again. I don't know, but it seems to me that there are devotional and liturgical contexts for it.
Yes, I want just to say one thing. We made this reconstruction with the photo 1:1, the scale, the photo 1:1, and we put it under the painting, and it was very convincing. And what we saw, in fact, is that when you go in the chapel, you see the triptych, essentially the triptych, and you don't see really the predella. It's only the priest, or when you go, I think, I don't know, when you go near, that he don't see no more the triptych because he's too near, but he see to remember something. This was our impression, but it's totally.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what the priest must not do if he's standing in front of the altar and celebrating and doing this.
No, but perhaps it's for remember, just remember. I don't know.
Question is the last. At dinner. Please.
it's not a real question. It's a technical detail, and it's what Gianluca Polli said when you showed those images of the preparation with, I think you called it imperfections, those little lines that are kind of parallel and that are different. It's not not damage. It's not imperfection. It's the way they finished the preparation layer, and it's something you find.
It's raschietto in Italian. Yes, yes. No, imperfection. I mean.
No, it's not. It's not kind of scraping off. It's when they finish the last layer of the preparation, and you go with a palette knife. The palette knife, because of it's still wet and a bit, and you have a certain traction, the palette knife starts kind of vibrating and leaves those marks. That has been published by a colleague of mine, Marie Postek. And she found it out by trying, because we were looking where those signs came from. But it's something you find in a lot of Flemish paintings. The best example where you find the most of them with the most different sizes is the Seven Sacraments of Rogier van der Weyden. But you find them in the Mystic Lamb, you find them with Van der Goes, you find them in lots of paintings. So it's something that is kind of, that you really see in lots of paintings.
There are some Italian paintings, like the Politico di San Luca, the San Luca polyptych by Santa Giustina, by Mantegna. It's the same in Brera. It's the same point. It was interpreted as we can say, the last working to try to smooth it.
Yeah. But it's a colleague that has tried it out, and she says scraping, okay. it really doesn't work. And then by accident, she just thought at the end she was kind of despairing not to find how it was done. And she just kind of used the palette knife, and suddenly she saw those marks. Okay. I mean, they just kind of come natural because of the palette does kind of tick like that.
It's very regular, but tomorrow we can see it directly.
You. And we'll see tomorrow.